that fast individual thing where your driving charge is super slow, like you can just go.
I'm eligible
I had
to
to run
drink
with.
from the tears of Guthix.
I had to run with like 12% HP.
It's been a week already?
Do repair limpets repair yourself?
Yeah, you can
Like,
repair
can
yourself.
you make them? Okay. I should have picked some of those up then.
Okay.
Well, no, because I don't have enough power for it. Never mind. Wow, I'm already being scanned.
Behind the planet or
No, I don't think it's behind.
out in front? Okay, thank God. I'm going head on.
How am I already under attack? I just put my fighter out. I didn't even shoot at anybody yet.
I gotta lock in. It's Tears of Guthix time. Hello? Okay. Oh, this sucks. Oh, this sucks. Okay. That was a rough start.
Dude, I've already got 3 people mad at me. Oh my god. Put all the power into shields.
Can't remember what skill this is gonna be going into. I think oh, it's fletching.
I want a bank now.
Huh?
Shield banks. You got shield banks.
Oh
don't you?
yeah, I only have 8 HP. Okay. That only got me up like 20%. Wow, that's not very good.
I need a better banking.
I guess.
Hey, at least if my bed collapsed.
Oh, that was a gamble.
Is there a way to toggle off the fire of their turrets besides just putting them away?
No.
This guy's being very mean to me. Wong, you were right. This ship is annoyingly slow.
211, not bad. I'll take it.
No, he's gonna get away. Get him, fighter.
Whoa, look at that XP per hour. Oh my god.
Why is he Oh, because he's a pirate. Okay. It's gonna be like, why is this federal agent attacking us? 100 credit bounty? Wow. So cool.
Oh, I found a new, very cool Suicide Boys song. I'm very happy about this.
Oh, and you killed him before I even got a chance again. Hey, there's an Imperial Courier mission target.
Hey, a couple creepers with a Glock on my side. Riding, hanging out the window, screaming, who wanna die? Savage left, Alec with 100 bad habits. Say I need prayer, all I need is my ratchet. Pull I swing with the blade, then I pray. Over dead prey, banging great to my grave. Millie rock, stop, I say, what that mean? I don't know. Took about 4 seconds today, sipping lean. Dying slow, drugs make me feel okay. Cash for that paper, turn it ash. Walk away and start to laugh. Ha 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 ha. No more, I got cash, 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 and cars and bras. Hit that 7-figure mark without an A and all. Scarecrow walking in the fog. Life got worse than it was before.
Probably cop a script with Roxy. Probably cop. Probably cop a script with Roxy. Y'all be kinda sloppy. Got me dodging all these body bag 'em in the lobby. Drop me out the rolling alcohol and then the pop a fucking oxy. I'm a zombie. I'm a motherfucking dead man walking. Speak on now, the name is just another dead man talking. Got the dead man stalking. Copy silhouette chalky. Typing out your problems. Just another red-handed hawking. Cherry flavor dip. Ruby got the chicken head squawking. Do it how I does it, yeah. Fuck the way they say it. Talk it, bleach fucking up. Plague bleeding for diseases, so y'all get the fuck up. Only say cheese when I ask how much they brought. Fuck a frame freeze, Commander Lee. All these fucking paparazzi Austin.
MF Doom,
Mr. Fantastic,
Fantastic.
Villain.
What up, nigga?
Ain't nothing, what's the word?
It's cracking, boy.
Same old shit, kid.
Man,
Different day, you
rap
know?
snitches, man. Shit is bugged out, man. What the fuck, man?
Shit telling me.
Niggas running their mouth, telling everything. Everything.
Critical.
Rap snitches, telling all their business. Sit in the court and be their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around, get the whole label sent up for years. Rap snitches, telling all their business. Sit in the court and be their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around, get the whole label sent up for years. Tight profile, low, like 8 and paid in full. Attract heavy cash, cause the game.
I love flashlights. That's your ship's name?
Mm-hmm.
Sick.
What is it?
I love flashlights.
Hong, you know Markiplier, right?
Yeah.
You know, have you seen his flashlight video where he's like got the world's brightest flashlight?
No.
No? God damn.
No.
That guy's gonna die before my. Okay, good. My fighter shot him at the last second. Jesus.
You know what games I have massive respect for?
What?
The games on Steam that say, What is it? Controller not supported. This game wasn't designed to support controllers.
It's just like, yeah, tell it like it is, man.
Oh my god. There's a dude that's been going viral recently. It's a dude who previously worked at Blizzard, and he's like a longtime hacker.
Yeah, I know him.
And he was talking about how there was some convention going on, and he had like 2 computers set up for the game he worked on. I think it was like something bound. It might have been Starbound. Either way.
Blizzard didn't make Starbound.
I know. He doesn't work. He previously worked at Blizzard.
Oh, okay.
And they set it up. They had 2 computers, 1 keyboard and mouse, 1 controller. And the kids that were walking up, no one even knew, like with the keyboard and mouse, no one even touched it. And the kids, and then there was like the ones with the controller, like they had never used a controller before. And they were actually like tapping on the screen because they thought it was like an iPad. It's bad. What does the world come to?
Oh, these guys are mad at me. Oh, this guy's donezo. Oh. Uh-oh.
The goal is to get 97 Runecraft today. I am a little under 3/4 of the way there. From level 96, that is. Wow.
Holy. That dude is ultra dead.
You could say he got ultra killed.
You could say that, yeah. This dude's ship name is the Star Beast, and he's in like one of the tiniest ships in the game.
Yo.
Come on, bro, it's not that deep. You're in a Viper Mark IV.
Is
Bro, you're
dying
making
from
a lot.
old age an actual thing?
Usually they just say complications of old age. Oh, I've got a hatch breaker limpet on me. How do I get it off?
Because if you really think about it, like, dying of old age, like, what, you just fucking drop
You just
dead
croak
out of
one day.
nowhere? Like, there's gotta be something. You coughed wrong. You fucking, I don't know, you tripped. You got a little surprise.
Oh, I have illegal cargo on me. Whoops.
Heart attack.
Oh, I have a lot of illegal cargo on me.
Tisk tisk.
That's why all these guys are attacking me. I'm carrying thousands of stolen goods and a damaged escape pod. You know what? You can, Well, he's ultra dead.
You could say you got ultra kill. There's actually a speedrun tech in Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga. You know, have you seen the final Palpatine fight?
In Lego Star Wars? No, I cannot say I have.
You've never played Lego Star Wars?
I've never gotten that far into it.
Oh, so the second to last level in the game where you fight Palpatine, usually it's pretty long because he's got like, I don't even fucking know.
They destroyed both of my collector limpets. What the
I think
heck?
he's got like 16 hearts or so, which is like 60% more than most bosses in the game. And usually it's a pretty long fight, but at the beginning, if you're using 2 players, you can like manipulate, you can just like push him off the edge. Like into the abyss, and just immediately cutscene rolls as soon as he falls. I think that's funny, because I feel like the way it would work is you would push him off, and then your game would just be soft locked. Like, I don't feel like Palpatine should just die, but it makes sense. Like, it works how you think it would work. At, like, the surface level, like, oh yeah, you push him off the edge, he dies. Cutscene rolls. But from a, like, game design standpoint, I feel like it shouldn't be that simple. Like, I feel like the game should soft lock or something. You're just standing there. You can't reach him.
Hong, why is my system power so low all the time?
You're charging your shields.
Oh, I see. Oh, hey, that's an anaconda.
Anyways, why do I bring all this up? It's because that move where you push him off the edge, which is actually pretty hard, is called the Ultra Kill. It's pretty fucking sick.
The Ultra Kill?
Yeah.
What an epic name. Hong, I don't think this guy's making it out.
He didn't.
He ain't never making it out.
Blake
Alright,
Dart.
time to sit here and collect with my limpets again.
I feel like I've already asked you this, Hong, but have you ever played RuneScape?
No.
No? Do you have any interest in RuneScape?
No.
Oh, I got people mad at me already. I'm literally sitting still deploying limpets.
But you know what the game's all about. So what about you, like, you know what the game's all about, so what about it is just doesn't like
It doesn't got Battle Royale.
wait. Huh?
Yeah.
No, say it again. I didn't hear you.
It doesn't got Battle Royale.
It doesn't got Battle Royale.
That's a wild take. Out of all the games that I think need a battle royale, which is not much, RuneScape is kind of wild, Hong.
I just like don't want to invest the more time to it to another
fair.
game.
Are all my limpets dead again? Oh, nope, only one of them.
See okay. I only invest as much time as I do into RuneScape because of the goals I set. I am a very ambitious person when it comes to video games. That's why I tend to like 100% games I play, if that is a thing that is possible. Because, I don't know, it's just the way
Great,
I'm
I've
wired.
got illegal cargo again.
And so with that, when I play a game like RuneScape, where the limit of how far you can push the game is like crazy, I end up investing a lot of time into it. But if you don't have like that super completionist nature, And
You don't have to drive.
sure. If you don't have that kind of wiring and you just want to like chill and set much smaller goals than, I don't know, something like 99 Runecraft, that's a thing you could do. Like, I would say a small, very achievable goal would be doing all the free-to-play quests and then like ending it off with Dragon Slayer. Great quest to end off on. Another goal. It's not super huge.
These guys really want me to just drop my
This is
one
like,
occupied escape pod that I have.
like getting full rune armor. Just getting the best armor you can get in free to play, which with a few limitations, because there are items that are like technically the best for free to play that only give you like 1 or 2 more accuracy bonuses that take much longer to get than just regular. I don't know, so for instance, like fancy boots, you can get them within your first hour of playing the game, and they're at the surface, they're the best for combat. I think melee specifically. But so yeah, like, oh, that's your best in slot free to play boots. But if you do a little bit of digging, you'll find out that the decorative boots, I think, are better. And that requires you to get like 400 Clan Wars tickets to buy them. And no one fucking plays Clan Wars anymore, as far as I'm aware. So, or actually, you know what? I don't know how true that is. Either way, that takes a long fucking time to do. And only for like 1 or 2 more accuracy bonus, which is like basically nothing. But it's technically best in slot. So, if you don't go for shit like that, like getting all the best free play armor, another not super time investment, super big time investment goal. It's just whatever you make it. I only invest as much time as I do because I set crazy goals for myself.
Uh-oh. I didn't realize that my shields got dropped. Okay, maybe I should just drop this occupied escape pod so that there's not like 8 million people attacking me at once.
You picking up what I'm putting down, Hong? Or what?
V-Bucks.
V-Bucks. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sadly,
He raises a fair point.
those are not in the game, so I understand why you wouldn't want to play. There are no V-Bucks. It is a travesty. A real shame.
Why is
one might say.
everyone so mad at me? This guy's in an Imperial Eagle taking on a... Why?
Anaconda.
Anaconda?
Not Anaconda.
Is he bad guy?
He a bad guy. He's
Yup.
mission target.
What you know about my boy Harry Burnett Reese?
Harry.
Nothing.
He made some peanut butter cups.
Mmm.
And-
Yummy.
And then he named them Reese's peanut butter cups because his name's
Yeah,
Reese, right?
that makes sense now.
So when people say Reese's, a little fire burns in my heart.
Because it's Reese's.
Harry Burnett Reese. You know how fucking dumb that sounds?
Mm-hmm. Did you know that each Tootsie Roll batch uses a little bit of the previous batch as like a seed? So technically, in a very small amount, there is a bit of the first batch of Tootsie Roll in every Tootsie Roll.
I don't think that's true.
It's probably not.
But
But
like, in a perfect
kind of.
world, it would be. Because I get what you're getting at.
Picking up what I'm putting down type beat. Alright, time to
It's
sit
kinda
still
like-
and limp it.
The same way the water we drink is like 3 billion years old.
Yeah, it is, but it's like kinda, not really.
What is water?
Water's water. Hi Hong, thanks for the repair limpet.
I feel like the people who say water is water, in response to like,
Does water
What's-
taste?
yeah, like, oh, what's your favorite brand of water? Oh, I don't know, water is water. They don't truly,
They aren't
don't-
water connoisseurs.
they don't truly like water. They just drink it because they have to.
They've never drank some nice, mineral-rich well water straight out of the garden hose.
That is
The best water there is.
I don't think that's good for you.
No, totally. The water that comes out of my garden hose is actually like the best tasting water
Oh,
I've
I'm
ever
sure
had.
it tastes great, but
It's probably not good for me, but what's a little bit of sulfur, you know?
Bruh.
Sure, it ain't that bad. Get 'em, fighter.
I agree.
Please don't shoot down my
Water
limpets.
out of the garden hose tastes amazing.
Ooh. Hong, why is this Diamondback Scout mad at us?
Target.
Okay. Hey, I got a new material. Refined focus crystals. I really wish I had something that could shoot out 3 limpets at once.
Then upgrade it to 5.
Do I have a class 4 limpet thing? I thought I had a class 5 one.
Probably the class 3, which helps 2.
Actually, you're probably right. How is the limpet's max range was exceeded? Dog, I'm sitting still.
Limpets maxing.
My limpets are maxed out right now. You don't even know.
I'm actually Runecraft maxing right now.
Hi Hong. Ow. My limpets aren't gonna be able to get to me if you're that. Oh, never mind. They still can somehow. What was that explosion sound?
I'm probably fighting.
Hong, did you shoot me?
No, I don't have any explosives.
Fair point. Holy cow, is that one of your flipping...
It's a huge.
Oh my god, that thing is massive.
Your penis is gigantic. Gigantic.
This dude's got a minigun that's absolutely gargantuan.
Your penis is like the size of a tree. A big old tree.
A big old tree.
Lots of branches on your penis.
Such a good video.
So are you officially back? Your status has changed a few times.
I'm so back. Maybe not officially, but it's definitely. We're so back, bro.
Well, it's gonna be the final status when it's official.
I
We are officially back.
don't know. I might just leave it as it is. Until I come up with a better status to end this saga. Dang, my fighter pieced that guy up. Oh, I have illegal cargo on me again.
Tisk tisk.
I don't want any liquid oxygen. Nor do I want occupied escape pods.
They're picking it back up.
Liquid oxygen seems pretty cold.
I bet it is.
It is.
I think like liquid helium or something is like the least viscous liquid that we have. Fun
I
little
wouldn't
fact.
know nothing about it. Hey, he didn't blow up all my limpets. Let's go. I've got illegal cargo. Stop picking up illegal oxygen. Can I please just destroy it?
Go on your left.
Hmm?
Go on your left with all the contacts.
Mm-hmm.
And go pick the illegal oxygen that drops? Oh, no. Go select all the escape pods and then add to ignore list.
Oh. And then I need to drop the oxygen and add those to the ignore list too. And the damaged escape pods.
Yep.
Because really, I don't want... And it picked up another occupied escape pod as I took it off of the flippin' list. Go, fighter! Get him! Wow, that guy is super dead.
Yeah.
Get him, fighter! Hey Hong, all this engineering stuff that I'm picking up, it will carry over to my next ship, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just tied to you, not like ships.
Alright. My fighter keeps flying into my firing line and then complaining about the fact that I'm shooting him. Like, you're flying between me and the guy I'm shooting. And then he's like, hey, quit shooting me.
So, is Nick in Chicago?
He is
Yeah.
in Chicago.
Okay. Because I know...
Or as he likes to call it, the wretched city.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know he hates Chicago, so the only
Oh, hi,
city...
Hong.
That is like a defining character trait about Nick. Is his hatred for Chicago.
For some reason, he hates Chicago. I don't think my limpets are still alive at this point. No, they are not. Ugh. Man, I sure wish this ship was slightly more agile. Why do I have so many people attacking me all of a sudden? What happened, Hong? Did we attack a team on accident?
I have illegal cargo.
Oh, okay. That would explain it. Hong is smuggling 18 pounds of crack. Ow! This jerk. He's killing me. Except not really, I'm killing him more. Oh, it's Jover for him. Dang. He invoked my ire.
Oh my god, I will never forget. At the Christmas Eve party at my grandma's house. There was like a 15-year-old kid wearing a Let's Go Brandon shirt.
Wow.
Indoctrinated.
For real. This kid can barely even tie his own shoes. Like, come on. So,
You can get a damage tick.
either like his mom or dad like had to buy it for him. There's no way how young he is.
He
he's
bought it on
buying
his own.
If he bought it on his own,
Exactly.
yikes.
What's up with that?
If he didn't buy it on his own, which is I think much more likely, bought it with his parents' money.
Or his parents bought it for him, which is even more yikes.
Yeah, it
Or
just
finish.
any probable cause.
Any possible course of action there is just bad.
Yeah, it's.
Finished.
Imagine wanting to involve yourself in politics at the ripe age of 15. How sad do you have to be?
Hong, why are you recalling your fighter? Have we killed enough pirates?
Yeah.
Oh, let me sit here and collect with limpets some more. I love limpet maxing. Dynamic limpet gameplay. Why'd you react heart to my message twice? Oh, because I sent a different message. That's right. We're so back. Hong, is there a fighter that can have you deploy two at once?
No, unless you get a player with you.
Oh, okay. Like you get a
An
A
NPC and a
player.
player.
Hong, how many V-Bucks do you have?
60-something thousand.
Jesus Christ. Wait, didn't you? I could have swore you had more.
Yeah, I thought you had 69420.
That's my goal.
Ah.
Mm.
Is it possible to have just like 20 V-Bucks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm at
Can't do
65,000
anything with it, though.
45.
After you get 69420, are you ever gonna earn or buy anything ever again? You're gonna earn more V-Bucks or buy more skins ever again?
He's asking
just
so
gonna
he
earn-
can use your V-Bucks to buy him skins.
Right. Because I want to play Fortnite right now.
Exactly.
The dude who's playing a 2001 medieval British clicking simulator wants to play Fortnite.
Hey, you never know.
You never know. Hey Hong,
Yeah.
isn't your account for Fortnite's probably worth a lot, right?
Yeah, I guess.
How you've been playing since what? Like season 3, season
X.
2, season
X.
1?
But X.
X?
What does that mean?
I expect better.
I started in 6, but I actually started playing in X, okay?
It's like how
But you know,
I technically started
he has like
RuneScape in
probably
2020.
hundreds of dollars worth of V-Bucks, so
$527.
it's a lot
Just
of
off the
dollars.
dome. He just knows. The closest I can get to that is like, how much money
Oh, I
would
think
it
my
take
limpets are done collecting stuff.
to get my bank value in RuneScape with real money? Now I kind of want to see that.
Time to go back to Glizzy.
How
So-
the fuck do I...
My bank value right now is 977 mil.
Oh.
It's gone down a little bit because I it used to be like 1.05 bill. Or no, it was 1.1, I think, actually. But then I bought a lot of shit. I bought like a Dragon Warhammer and a lot of supplies for construction. Actually, enough supplies
building?
for construction.
You building stuff in RuneScape?
Yeah, I'm building and destroying the same oak door over and over again until I have 99 construction.
Sick.
That's how construction. Oh, oh, oh! Wow, that's embarrassing. I haven't done that in. I don't know if I've ever done that actually. Wow. Autopilot at its finest. I was gonna look up something. Now I don't know what it was. Oh, I remember what it was now. That is surprising that I remembered.
Oh, time to go to bacon port, bacon port, bacon port. Time to go to bacon port, where I can get some bank.
Oh, feels wrong. Oh, there goes father. I can already feel the house, just the general mood. It's just increased tenfold.
Why has it increased?
Father is off to work.
Oh, joy. How big is your house that you are always just like talking mad schmack and no one apparently hears you?
It's pretty big. I don't.
Because I'm wondering how you always just are talking schmack and no one ever takes problem with it.
Oh fuck. Oh, gross. Yeah, like. Odds are my mom is in the family room right now, living room, whatever you want to call it. Which is, if I were to start a timer and walk there, at a regular pace, like I was walking down there to like get a snack,
Get a drink?
pace, yeah,
Yep.
it would probably take me around 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's a bit of a waste. Mine would take like 5. Maybe not even. Yeah, no,
And,
my
and that's
strides have
being
gotten bigger.
generous. It could be
Like
more.
4. Wow.
But yeah, I just live here. It's their house and I'm just living in it. That's what I feel like after I've turned 18.
What?
It's their house and I'm just living in it. This is no longer my house anymore.
Yeah.
It's Thursday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Time flies when you're haven't had Papa John's in your system in over a week. Oh wow. Oh boy. Okay.
Alright, so in this video, I'm going to be taking a look back at a classic JRE episode, number 1282, with Adam Conover. This is probably one of Joe's most disliked podcasts, but it's one of those things where it's so bad it's actually entertaining. I mean, this guy Adam, he did not know what he got himself into, and it's like he's never had a conversation before where somebody's actually disagreed with him, because he was not prepared for somebody to question what he was saying. And I don't think he's thought through 90% of the stuff he's talking about, so it did not go very well for him. So I'm pretty surprised he'd even go on the podcast. I'll give him credit for that, I guess. But I don't even know if he really knew what the podcast is like, because if you try telling Joe Rogan one of the main reasons men are better at sports than women is just because men created the sports, you better expect some pushback, which I don't know if he's prepared for, because all it took was one question from Joe and his whole argument fell apart.
In sports, one of the things, our assumption that men have an advantage over women, right? In sports. In sports, yeah. Our
assumption?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let me expand on it. Our assumption that men have an advantage over women in sports is partially based on the fact that so many of the sports were designed for male bodies, right? They're optimized for male bodies, right? Basketball, for example, right?
How is that optimized for male bodies?
It's like the height of the basket, the way that the ball moves around, if
the ball moves around.
If we're gonna say that, if we're gonna say that,
I mean, did he really expect Joe not to question this? Honestly, somebody needed to. Clearly, the people around him are not doing the job, and they're just agreeing with all this nonsense. Because, I mean, all it took was one question: how is basketball designed for males? And his response was hilarious. The height of the hoop. Any height that hoop is at, men are going to be dominating. And then also the way the ball moves around. I don't even know what he means by that. And he clearly doesn't either. He started laughing right after he said it. Hopefully he realized how ridiculous it sounded right after he said it, but it doesn't look like it, because last year he went on Hassan's live stream and he was talking about this podcast. And he was just doubling down on it, and he sounded just as ridiculous as he did back then. And even Hassan was pushing back on it a little bit in like the most polite way possible. You'd tell he didn't really want to get into an argument, but I think he even realized how ridiculous Adam sounded here.
The entire system of male versus female sports is prejudiced, and we should demolish the whole thing and come up with a system of sports that everybody can participate in, because sports are just a part of life.
People will say that that's like discriminatory towards women, though, because then it's like, because all men will always dominate. That co-ed sport,
They
because
won't
like
if you
because of
develop
the
sports.
averages. Because of I get it. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Take soccer, right? How would you adjust the rules of soccer very slightly in order to make it, build more gender parity into soccer? You could do it. We made the sports up.
I know, but there's no. I know, but there's so much. Like, there's so much tradition that people will refuse to do that. They'll say you're trying to game the system in a way that like it's worse. The outcomes are worse overall because like co-ed automatically means worse because as it stands currently, co-ed is worse.
And he sounds like somebody that knows nothing about sports. If he honestly thinks you just change a rule slightly and then all of a sudden men and women are going to be equal in soccer and basketball, and his reasoning for this is always just, we invented sports and men invented sports, so that means they're better. That's the only reason they're better. I mean, who believes that?
And I try to get him to like look at it with a bigger picture and say like, hey man, sports are social constructions. We made them up. We designed sports such that the most popular ones are like designed for a male body. What if we didn't do that? What if like, okay, like women's gymnastics, like men can't do that shit, right? Because there's, et cetera. What if we invented sports that we did not have a problem with this with, right? Because sports is just a fun thing to do. Sports is something that everyone should be able to participate in. So what if we invented some less gendered sports? He was not willing to entertain that conversation. He was like, I was like, is this not interesting? And he wouldn't go there with me.
And nobody's stopping you from creating a new sport. You know, if he really thinks there's a sport out there where men and women could be equal and it'd be competitive and entertaining, then go ahead and start it. But it's insane to think that basketball and soccer, you know, billion-dollar industries, should start experimenting with their rules so they can try to make men and women equal so they can start playing together. Like, that will ever happen. And I don't think female athletes are even arguing for that. You know, obviously they want to get paid more, and some of them once in a while be like, yeah, I could be an NBA player. But in reality, if you're like, hey, you got to go out tomorrow night and guard LeBron James, I don't know if they're interested in that. And of course, one of the reasons Adam is making this argument is because he wants trans people, trans women in particular, to be able to compete with biological women. And of course, Joe is completely against that. And he goes on this whole rant about how unfair it is and why it's unfair. And then at the end of it, Adam's just like, yeah, I disagree with that. And Joe's like, what do you disagree with? He's like, well, listen, I'm not an expert on this subject. And you're going to be hearing that a lot. He says that probably 20 times throughout this podcast. It seems like whenever he gets cornered, he's like, well, you know, I'm not an expert on this. I don't know if you're aware of that. It's like, yeah, I think we could tell once you start talking about how the only reason men are better at basketball is because the way the ball moves around.
So if you're a woman and you're a natural woman and you don't take any extra hormones or male hormones, you're not taking steroids or any sort of performance-enhancing drugs, you're doing your very best to compete and you're at the top of the heap. But then someone comes along that was a man for 30 years and decides that they're going to be a woman, and this has happened, and literally transitioned a few months ago, and competes as a woman and destroys records and dominates you in that sport. That's bullshit. And that's not competing on a level playing field. That's a person who's biologically a male and who is a male for 30 plus years of having testosterone run through their body and affect their tendon strength and affect the shape of their bones and the mechanical advantages of the male hips versus the female hips. And then they're competing with smaller people who have been a woman their whole life. It's not fair. It's as much cheating as taking steroids when the other person doesn't, or taking performance-enhancing drugs when the other person doesn't, maybe even more so. Maybe even more so because you also have, there's a bunch of advantages in terms of reaction time that males enjoy. It's some significant difference in reaction time between males and even untrained males versus female professional athletes.
Well, I disagree, and I've.
What do you disagree about?
I've already. Well, my main point being the one that I already made, right? That like, I don't think that there is such a thing as a perfectly level playing field. I think we decide what kind of playing field we want to have.
Sure, but we do make the distinction where we don't allow men to compete in women's divisions.
And I think that distinction may be breaking down a bit, right? And I think it may be time to break down that distinction a little bit.
So you think that males should be able to compete in the women's division of weightlifting?
No, I don't necessarily.
But they can if they transition.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of stuff to break down, right? And I'm not an expert on the subject, right? So it's just sort of off the top of my head.
And him saying he's not an expert on the situation is basically just saying, I'm not trans and we should talk to a trans person about this. He makes it sound like only trans people should be able to give their opinions on these topics because they're the most affected by it. But if you're talking about sports, then female athletes are obviously going to be really affected by this. So you should probably listen to what they have to say. And I'm not an expert, you know, I'm not claiming to be an expert here, but I would imagine most of them probably really aren't that into the idea of somebody transitioning and then coming into their sport and dominating it. You know, they could lose out on winning a championship, they could lose out on a scholarship, they could lose out on a job. You know, like if a trans person joins the WNBA, they're obviously going to be taking away a spot from somebody. And I don't know if women want to be competing with somebody that was born a man who could be like some 7-foot tall person that transitioned later in life, and then they join the WNBA and they're just dominating and dunking on people. And I guess it would make it more entertaining for the league, but then eventually it'll just be dominated by trans people. So I don't know if they really want to go down that route, but I don't know. Maybe we should consult with the experts. You know, one of Adam's 10,000 trans friends, it's hilarious how much he brings this up. Like every 10 minutes he says, you know, I'm not an expert, but I have a trans friend I could talk to about this. Like he sounds like Rick from Pawn Stars if all his experts were trans people.
Again, I'm not an expert on this, and you know, I'd love to. This is the kind of topic where I really want to make sure that I know the research and that I'm, you know, also speaking to trans folks, you know, in this conversation. But so to touch on just what I've, you know, I have a friend who has a trans kid. Don't know the kid's exact age, but you know, we're in the age range that we're talking about. And, you know, he's explained that, like, well, you know, my child from a very young age consistently, like, said, I am a girl, like, and has never contradicted themselves, never changed their mind. And so the humane thing and the thing that he felt was good to do as a parent was to, like, embrace that choice on his child's part, right?
But if that's who they are, if they think that they're a girl, why do you have to give them hormones to make them more of a girl?
Because... I'm sorry, can you expand on the question?
It's a simple question. If you say that the child thinks it's a girl, so you're going to give the child hormones.
So what trans people express, and again, I'm not an expert. This is from me talking to my trans friends and you know, seeing what other trans folks say. Look, so all I can do is defer to the experts that I know about this, right? So, you know, for instance, there's an author named Bryn Tannehill, who's a former military helicopter pilot. I just interviewed her for my new podcast. So look, I know quite a few trans folks, right? Mm-hmm. I do know also among the trans folks that I know, or the trans people who speak about this that I've heard, I'm very curious, and this is what I'd go consult my friend or my recent interview subject, Bryn Tannehill's work on this to see how many. But I would really, one of the, I've sort of reached the limit of like my facility with this topic. I really want to shout out videos made by a friend of mine. Her videos are called ContraPoints. Her name's Natalie Wynn, and she does these, she's a former...
like, dude, please.
An expert. This is from me talking to my trans friends and you know, seeing what other trans folks say. Look, so all I can do is defer to the experts that I know about this, right? So, you know, for instance, there's an author named Bryn Tannehill, who's a former military helicopter pilot. I just interviewed her for my new podcast. So look, I know quite a few trans folks, right? Mm-hmm. I do know also among the trans folks that I know, or the trans people who speak about this that I've heard, I'm very curious, and this is what I'd go consult my friend or my recent interview subject, Bryn Tannehill's work on this to see how many. But I would really, one of the, I've sort of reached the limit of like my facility with this topic. Mm-hmm. I really want to shout out videos made by a friend of mine. Her videos are called ContraPoints. Her name's Natalie Wynn, and she does these. She's a former philosopher, former philosophy PhD, mm-hmm. and she does these incredibly funny videos. When we're talking about an issue that affects those people, right? The first thing we should do is listen to those people. When we talk to the actual trans folks, right, and talk to, you know, say, hey, what do you think? You know, how do you feel?
But we also have a different conversation. We talk to people that have regret from transition surgery, because there's a lot of those.
Sure, but we don't have either of those folks in the room.
Right,
you
but
know?
we have to acknowledge that they're real as well.
Look, the last conversation I had with a person about this was a trans military veteran who is a researcher who wrote a book on on these issues, right? Comprehensively looked at the research and told me that the research shows that the evidence that you're asking for exists, maybe not on a 30-year timeline, but there have been studies of this, and here's what we know about them, right?
About children transitioning?
Yeah, I mean, that is my understanding of I have not looked at the research myself. You know, including those folks in this conversation is a really critical part of it for me.
Sure.
So, yeah.
To a million. I mean, how many people are trans? What's the numbers on that?
You know, I don't know, but I would consult my friend Bryn's book to find out, because I'm sure it's in there, because she wrote a book that breaks down all these statistics called
This is such
Everything You Need to Know About Trans.
Minefield of a subject.
And I'm not an expert on that, and I don't want to claim to be, right?
Yeah, so he was just stuck in this loop, and you know, most of the podcast he just sounded so confused.
Way more women involved in gymnastics than men.
Oh, absolutely. But those are the sports that get the less attention, right?
Gymnastics
and we have
gets huge amounts of
It sure
attention.
does. It's one of the rare examples of like.
And he couldn't find any topic that Joe would agree with him on. And it's so funny because he'd start talking about something. He's like, you'd have to be an idiot to believe this. And Joe's like, well, actually, I believe that. And I think you're completely wrong about this. Like, at one point, they're talking about that amputee runner who killed his girlfriend, Oscar Pistorius. And Adam's like, can you believe people actually think that his prosthetic leg helped him in any way? And Joe's like, well, I think it did.
And people were saying about this guy that his prosthetic gave him an advantage. Now, first of all, there's no fucking way that's true, because he doesn't have muscles. Muscles
but I
convert
actually
food
think
into.
it does give you an advantage. I mean,
You do think so?
I think mechanically it does, because they're springs. They essentially, the way his leg works with those things.
Hold on a second, that's not an advantage, because how mechanics work, right, is that a spring, you put energy into it and you get a little bit less energy out, right? So, because that's the laws of thermodynamics, right? You can't get more out than you put in.
But at least this is a subject where he doesn't need to talk about consulting one of his trans experts again. But, you know, obviously the trans stuff is going to be the most divisive topic. That's where they had the most disagreements. And then at the end of the episode, it's so funny. He started talking about the moon landing, because I guess on his TV show, he did a whole episode on that, about how, like, there's no way it could have been faked. And he starts giving reasons why. And immediately Joe's like, well, that's one of the reasons why people say it's fake. And he's like, I used to be a total denier. I thought for sure it was fake. And Adam's just like, oh, man, I shouldn't have brought this up. Because they already had so many disagreements, and obviously it was not going well for Adam. So by the end of this, I think he's just defeated.
Oh, this is one of my favorite videos we ever did. So, you know, it's about how the moon land. The thesis is the moon landing could not have been faked. It would have been harder to fake the moon landing than it would have been to actually go to the moon, because the technology to fake it did not exist. Like, and we talked to a forensic film guy, and he walked us through it. He's like, look, the shadows are parallel, right? They're not diverging. You know, a close light source, the shadows would diverge, right? So
wait a minute. You know that's like one of the big arguments for the moon hoax, is that the shadows intersect. The shadows indicate multiple light sources.
well, that is because when.
But that's one of the main arguments.
That is I believe that's reflected light. Okay, I'm getting past my memory of this segment.
Yeah, dude, I used to be a full-on moon hoaxer. I fully believed we never went to the moon.
I shouldn't have brought this up.
I watched the documentary that was on Fox TV while I was on news radio. It was like,
Yeah, so they had a lot of disagreements throughout the podcast, but it never really got heated at all. Joe had a lot of patience with this guy. Like, the most annoyed Joe would get would be when Adam would say something ridiculous, and then Joe would be like, what are you saying, dude? Let me explain to you how that makes no sense.
Most of the games that we've constructed are actually sort of biased towards a male type of body, right?
that sounds ridiculous. First of all, the reason why.
So then, like I said, a few years after this, Adam went on Hassan's live stream, and Hassan brought up the podcast, and they started talking about it.
I was excited to do this interview because at the time, Joe was not so directly associated with like the far right. Like, he hadn't totally made that turn yet. All right, I mean, I'll go to bat for what I think is right here as best I can, but you know, when the dude is like locked and loaded with, like, you know, Jamie pull that up shit of whatever pseudoscience he wants to bring up, it wasn't the best position to be in, and you know, so that's my biggest bummer about it, was like he was not really into the idea of having like an honest. He turned it immediately into a boxing match, and I wanted to have a conversation. So all the backlash was like, "Oh, Rogan owned you. He won a debate against you." I was like, I thought I was having a conversation. Like,
Yeah.
I thought I went on to just like talk about my show, and he turned it into a fist fight, which that's what I don't like about it.
Yeah, so maybe he really just didn't know what the podcast was like, or he's just coping. You know, I think it's just a combination of both, but I think if he knew what the podcast is like, he probably wouldn't have gone on there. And also, he's saying Joe went far right afterwards, but Joe had already been associating with a lot of people on the far right. I think maybe he toned it down a little bit. Like, before Adam was on there, he already had on Steven Crowder a bunch of times, Miley Yiannopoulos, Alex Jones, and Stefan Molyneux, like all those kinds of people. And also, if you're familiar with Joe's podcast at all, you should have a pretty good idea of what he thinks about trans people competing in women's sports and kids transitioning at a young age and all that stuff. And it's funny, Adam's like, I thought I was just going to go on there and talk about my TV show, which they did talk about quite a bit, and that still led to arguments. Like at the beginning of the podcast, Adam brought up an episode from his show where they talk about alphas and betas, and he said that's not a real thing and women aren't attracted to like one over the other. And of course, Joe completely disagreed with that. But again, the argument never really got that intense. It's not like they're yelling at each other or anything. But of course, Adam, he describes it as a boxing match, and he makes it sound like it was this serious debate that he didn't want to get into at all. Even though if he didn't want to get into an argument, he probably shouldn't have gone into his theories about sports. I mean, Joe Rogan is the last person you want to bring that stuff up to, especially if you barely even thought it through. So I don't know why he went into that, and I don't know how he expected Joe to just let that slide and not question it at all. And then once he brought it up, he couldn't really go into it because he hasn't consulted with the experts yet. So, I mean, this whole thing was just hilarious. But let me know what you guys think about it down in the comments, and then make sure you go check out my Patreon account. I have a bunch of videos up there, probably over 20 at this point. Most of them are pretty long. And I just posted one about Kramer's infamous meltdown at the Laugh Factory. That's a wild story, so make sure you go check that out. I'll put the link in the description. And alright, so in this video, I'm going to be taking a look back at the infamous H3 Bill Burr interview. I'm sure everybody remembers this, but it's interesting to look back on it, knowing where the H3 podcast is at now and the kind of impact this interview had on Ethan. I mean, this was a huge reality check for him. You know, he's going from making videos to podcasting, and he admits it wasn't going as well as he would have liked it to. People didn't think he's the best interviewer, and people thought he should have just stuck to making videos. So it sounded like that was kind of getting to him. And then he did the Bill Burr podcast, and he just cracked under the pressure. You know, that was kind of a make or break moment for him because Bill's a pretty big guest for them, and Ethan's a huge fan of his. He keeps talking about how much he loves him and how much he listens to the podcast and everything. So there's a lot of pressure on this, but there's really no chance this was going to go well because Ethan, you know, I think most of the guests they had on the podcast before this, they're kind of friends with, or they're like YouTubers they interacted with. But with Bill, I think this was their first time meeting each other, and I don't think Bill had any idea who Ethan was. And he's obviously not the easiest person to interview, especially if you're a nervous wreck like Ethan and you talk about how nervous you are. It's probably not going to end up going well.
You know what I mean? If you went to whatever Comic-Con of podcasting, would you be nervous?
Yes.
All right. Well, you're not
talking to a nervous guy.
I'm so neurotic. I am nervous. I'm nervous right now.
Okay.
Very nervous.
I don't think that's going to help.
How do you? Was there ever? No, trust me. I'm on edge. Was there a point
you seem
though?
relaxed.
Thank you.
So this podcast was just set up to be a disaster. You know, Ethan was way in over his head here, and some of his fans could even see this coming. Like, here's a comment on his subreddit about it before the interview. They said, "I'm honestly kind of worried for Ethan's sake since Bill's an actual comedian and he doesn't pull his punches. Like, I could see Bill make one or two jokes towards Ethan and then Ethan not knowing how to handle them. But at least Ethan isn't the only one that had an awkward podcast with Bill Burr. Obviously, Theo Vaughn did as well. They both actually talked about it on Theo's podcast, and Ethan admitted that this Bill Burr interview was a life-changing moment for him.
Yo, we're talking about, welcome to the Bill Burr recovery.
Yeah, I went into therapy after that episode. I'm not even being kidding. I mean, I was having a depressive episode for a long time.
Right.
And I had these antidepressants next to my bed for a long time. And
you were taking them?
No, I hadn't decided to take them yet. I was hesitant.
Yeah.
And after that episode with Bill Burr, I came home, and that's when I started taking antidepressants, and I went to therapy.
Wow.
It was soul crushing. My fans were, I don't know fans, but audience were very harsh. As an interviewer, I felt like a failure. It was just off. It wasn't, it didn't feel that bad, but it was the reaction, the audience reaction to it afterwards. I mean, I knew I had goofed up and that it was not the best interview. And I was such a big fan of Bill Burr, obviously, who isn't. He's a legend. And you just, in your mind, have high hopes that you'll be able to That just felt, it felt like a rock bottom for me because I was having a hard time with the podcast and interviews in general, and that for me was just kind of like the culmination of a lot of stress.
So I think there's just too much pressure on this interview because also around this time he was getting some shit from his fans because he stopped posting on his main channel. He took like a 3-month break and then he returned with an ad for some mobile game. That was like the whole video, and his fans are upset about that because a lot of people were just fans of his main channel videos and they didn't really care for the podcast. And even Ethan said he was struggling with the podcast. So then when Bill Burr agrees to do an interview, he's probably like, all right, this is where I'm going to turn things around. You know, this is a big time guest for him, and Ethan's a big fan of his. So he's probably thinking like, oh, I listen to this guy's podcast all the time. I understand his style of humor. He's going to come in here. We're going to have a good time and laugh together. But instead, it just did not go very well, to say the least. And a lot of his fans are like, all right, this guy is a terrible interviewer. And it just broke Ethan. But it sounded like he thinks this is something that needed to happen in a way because he says going to therapy and taking antidepressants is like one of the best things to happen to him.
So in hindsight, though, does it almost feel like it was supposed to happen? Like it was like, oh, I needed something that kind of made me look at stuff, or just gave me like a moment to reflect?
Well, I definitely needed something to push me because taking antidepressants, going to therapy was like the best choice I ever made for me and my family and professionally too. I mean, it's made everything better.
Really?
So, I mean, if it wasn't that, it would be something else. But
that was like a little bit of somehow it was part of a catalyst. It was a fuse lighter.
It was that.
And then also Ethan talked a little bit about why it's so difficult to interview Bill Burr.
He is unlike anyone else I've ever interviewed because he's not willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? And he will expose any chinks in your armor.
Yeah.
Because for him, that's comedy, right?
Right.
And
for
he's
him,
going to
that's
make
comedy,
a funny moment out of it.
Right.
But for me, I'm like, oh, shit, dude, my fragile ego.
So I feel like at the time, his fans that weren't really into the podcast were probably waiting for something like this to happen, you know, waiting for Ethan to be humbled, because a lot of them were saying Ethan's not very good at interviewing, and they didn't think him and Hila were good in a podcast format, and it was stupid for them to be choosing podcasting over videos, YouTube videos, you know, like what made them. So I think fans were waiting to be like, this is why you should stick to YouTube videos. You guys just aren't cut out for podcasts. And the Bill Burr interview is a perfect example of this. And also, this is probably one of the first guests that Ethan had on who doesn't really care who he is. You know, he's just there. He doesn't care about making Ethan comfortable. He's not going to make it easy for him. If Ethan screws up, he's going to make fun of him. So a lot of people wanted to see how Ethan would react to that. And obviously, he didn't react very well. But it's funny because in the beginning of this podcast, Ethan brings up how he thinks bullies are important. Like, it's not good to just coddle children all the time. Sometimes it's good to have some adversity.
You know, you can go on YouTube and the next thing you know, the bully's crying for some reason. Like, never understood that.
Do you think, I feel like bully's almost important in a way, isn't it? Like, you gotta allow kids to give each other shit, in a sense. I mean, you can't coddle kids too much.
I don't think as a parent you ever allow it.
Sure.
You know, it's something though, but I mean, I know that there's like I have a daughter and I want her to take some MMA.
So it's just perfect that he says this at the beginning of the podcast, and then he gets made fun of a little bit, and it completely destroys him and makes him realize he needs to go on antidepressants and go to therapy, which I guess bullying did work in a way because he said that needed to happen, and it's like one of the best things to happen to him. So I guess he's kind of right here. I don't know, but obviously he wouldn't be saying this anymore. You know, this is more of an anti-SJW take, and I'm sure this interview is part of the reason why he started to shift his content away from anti-SJW content. You know, he used to talk about people are too soft and too sensitive and everything, and he had more edgy shock humor, like his classic N-word bit, so he did not care about offending people. I mean, that was like part of his comedy. But then he got offended, you know, people made fun of him a little bit, and he couldn't take it, so then he had to rethink everything pretty much. All right, so let's get back to the interview here. This is a good example of what was wrong with this podcast, like why Ethan did such a bad job, because Bill's making a joke about how his daughter's taking MMA and how like, if some guy ever tried to mess with her, she'd break his arm. He's like, yeah, that's an erection killer right there. And he's laughing at it. You know, Hila's laughing. It's a funny joke. And Ethan's just sitting there like, what's the next question? What should I say to this? What? And then he asks something, and Bill's just like, what are you talking about, dude?
The guy's gonna try to gorilla his way in and try to hold you down or whatever, and then all of a sudden he's tapping out. You blow out his elbow, and that's an erection killer right there, man. You blow out the elbow.
I
think that's slang for the armbar. I think it's called the erection killer.
Blow out the old. See, that's part of. I feel like that's a new thing. You're already worried about your daughter being assaulted. You know, how old's your daughter?
I don't think that is. I think that's you projecting your OCD on me. It's
well, you're talking about, you know, you want your 2-year-old daughter to get Krav Maga so she can knife a dude's neck.
Yeah, but I mean that's like, it's not like, you know, that didn't. It was not like the adult assault started in 2014. I mean, like stuff like that is has always happened, and then also, you know, it gives you like confidence.
So you could tell he just got in his own head. You know, this is like still in the beginning, and you know, he already said a couple things that Bill didn't fully agree with him on, like the whole bullying thing, and then this thing about his daughter taking the class and like why she's doing it and everything. So that definitely threw him off. And then he was also like making jokes, and Bill would not laugh at him at all. It was hilarious because Hila was laughing at everything Bill said. Like she was looking at him like she was in love with him. And then whenever Ethan would chime in, it'd just be silent.
I know. I had a great time. Had a great time doing that.
I need to get a shirt that says "I bought this dog."
Yeah.
And also, Bill called Ethan out for being like really negative the whole podcast. And I think Ethan figured Bill would be into that kind of thing. You know, like Bill's always just ranting about stuff he hates. But him and Ethan just had no chemistry. And Ethan was even too negative for Bill. Like they're talking about this dog whisperer show. And Ethan's like, does that guy actually know what he's doing? And Bill's like, yeah, I think so. I mean, he's been doing it forever and it seems to be working.
It's just like, no, this guy's been working with dogs
Also,
forever.
does he even know anything? I also wonder, does he just pretend like he knows? And then we believe him. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, you're right. You're really.
I mean, he's doing this. I mean, how much? What does that do?
Well, I think the guy knows what he's doing.
Okay.
All right. I mean, he got a TV show. There's people. He worked with a lot of famous people's dogs. No famous people got eaten by dogs. So I would say, on some level, he must have known. Yeah. You're a really cynical guy, man.
I thought you were down. I thought you were going to be down.
That is a lot for me to say that.
I
like
thought
you're
you
like
were
out
going to be down, but
cynical
apparently I'm cynical even to Bill Burr. Shit. But you're not. You know what? You're not as cynical as people think. Like I listen to your podcast a lot, and you're a very optimistic, fair guy.
And also, Ethan keeps talking about how much he listens to Bill's podcast and how great it is and how great Bill is and everything.
Greatest Bill Burr.
Oh, Jesus.
I do mean that, by the way. I know it makes you uncomfortable.
It
but,
does.
Yeah.
One great was bad enough.
Does it? But you know that.
I like being appreciated.
Yeah. Okay.
Just say,
tone it
back
down.
with the person I appreciate.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Back with the person.
He's worth the money.
Okay.
And by this point, Bill could tell Ethan was struggling, so he was just having fun with it, and he was not giving him any slack. You know, if Ethan screwed up, he would call him out for it.
Oh, it seems like you're in love with your daughter, hearing you talk about her on the podcast.
Jesus Christ. Well, you're pretty perceptive. Seems like you care about your own child.
Listen, more than that, okay? Because again, you're this character. You gush over your daughter. Not everyone gushes. Did your dad gush over you?
And also a big problem with Ethan is he's treating this too much of like just a straight interview, which he's not very good at. Like this comment says, this feels like a child asking someone questions on career day. And, you know, I don't think Bill really cares for this either. You know, I think he'd rather just rant about whatever or just like goof around with somebody.
All right. I don't know why that got so flat on my part. Tell me about all things comedy. I don't know. You say I'm nervous. I'm sweating here.
I'm just going to let you sit.
Yeah, I know you are. You don't have to save me.
You got to push through to the other side.
No, I know, but you don't have to save me.
Look at you. You're all sweaty. You're touching. Look. Dude, if you were a
right?
reliever
You
right
okay?
now, if you were a reliever on the other team, I'd have to come out and check you for Vaseline or something. You touched your hair and your grill a little too many times. He's doctoring the ball.
And then towards the end of this, Ethan starts pulling up YouTube videos that he thinks Bill will find funny. And Bill laughs at a couple of them. But then he's like, all right, dude, you're just into some weird stuff. So Ethan turns it off. And then he starts talking about the Philadelphia incident, which Bill does not want to hear about. He's like, really, you're going to go into this now? And like Bill's probably like half joking, but Ethan, he's just taking everything so personal. He can't even handle it at this point. Like, it'd be good if he's gotten like some back and forth going, like if he made fun of Bill a little bit, but he just has nothing.
Just keep petting her.
Yeah.
This is creepy, dude. You watch creepy shit.
Well, this is good stuff. I mean, you know.
That's stuff that we've made videos about.
Good
and
care.
stuff.
So, I mean, you're very protective of your cat.
What else is going on in the world? I want to ask you about this. This is one of the first times I heard about you. I was in college, I think, at the time. It was when you were getting booed by Thousands of people
I was
in
hoping
Philly.
you were. I was like, when you said my favorite
don't-
YouTube video, I was like, oh God, not the Philly thing again. And then you did the Sherry's Berries. I was like, I love this podcast. Now I hate you.
Oh no.
I love. What can I do? I love that.
I'm joking. Okay, let's do it.
But do
So
you?
what was
But,
going through your head?
No, I'm not gonna. I'm not
all
gonna
these people
ask you.
were bullied. And you've been bullied before?
You've talked about this a lot.
No, but go ahead. Let's
now,
do it.
well,
Let's
now
do it.
I frankly,
I like making you.
I like to
making you.
skip it.
I like making you uncomfortable.
Well,
You
what
do
am I
this
supposed
thing.
to? Well, what am I? Yeah, right.
You know, you can,
And now, what do you want me to be? Well, what was going through your head, Bill, when you're getting booed by all those people?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was.
What was going through your head? No, I'm kidding.
This is
Let's
going to
skip
end
it.
up on
Let's skip
YouTube.
it. Yeah. This is live.
This is going to end up on YouTube. Is what I was thinking.
Oh.
And
So they talk about that a little bit. Ethan tries pulling up the video and he plays it for like 5 seconds. He's like, all right, never mind. We get the point here, because you could tell Bill wasn't really that into it. And then this is how the podcast wrapped up, and this is pretty much the end.
The great.
This is how you turn it around. This is how you turn it around.
We're
I made you uncomfortable. Now you fucking sit there and compliment me.
I almost made it through without making an ass of myself. I got so close.
What are you talking about? I had a great time.
I did too. I really did.
I hope you did. I'm worried about you.
I
You-
did.
Thank God you got.
I'm playing it
Wait.
up. I'm playing it up.
All right.
But I'm playing. I'm
That-
trying to be funny, but.
We are all worried about him.
Oh my God! Now it got real.
It's very.
We have that
No, I'm
dog,
very
man. You got
neurotic.
something to live for, right?
So that was pretty much it. And Bill actually did go back on the podcast. And Ethan said Bill reached out to him. He wanted to do it again. So, Ethan kind of did redeem himself. The podcast was a lot better. And it seemed like Bill didn't mind the first one that much. I mean, he probably just thought the whole thing was funny. He probably didn't care. But this obviously had a huge impact on Ethan. And it's hilarious. Like, Bill didn't even know who he was. This was like nothing to him. He goes in there, talks for an hour, leaves. He's like, oh, that guy was kind of weird. And then Ethan, this was like just a earth-shattering moment for him. He didn't know what to do after this. All right, so that's about it here. If you like this video, make sure All right, so in this video, Alright, so in this video, I'm going to be taking a look back at Bill Burr's famous Philly rant, and I'm going to be talking about what led up to it and what it did for Bill's career, because obviously this was a big moment in his career, and it really took him to another level. I mean, this was a viral video from back in 2006, and it was perfect for Bill because it really demonstrated what he was best at. You know, him getting all pissed off and going on an improvised rant for 15 minutes during a comedy set, trashing the audience, trashing the whole city of Philly, is something very few comedians could pull off and come out ahead of and get the crowd on their side by the end of it. But he was made for that moment, so it's very fitting that this is the rant that made Bill Burr a household name pretty much. So this happened during an Opie and Anthony comedy tour. They had a lot of big comedians performing with them, and they're doing pretty big venues. But then they got to Philly, or actually I think it was in Camden, New Jersey, but it's pretty much right next to Philly, and it was a Philly crowd, so they're very rowdy, and it sounded like some of them were just there to mess with the comedians. You know, I saw this comment, I don't know how true it is, but it sounds like it could be accurate. They said some of the people there were from the O&A message board, and they were just purposely trying to mess with the comedians. So that sounds like a possibility. But here's a clip of Bill on Opie and Anthony the next day talking about it, talking about the atmosphere and what he was thinking while he was on stage.
Ideally, the people aren't drinking in a parking lot for 7 hours before the 3 hours and 15 minutes starts. It was basically, I don't know what had happened. It turned into Ozfest up on the lawn.
Yeah.
And they were booing guys, like even guys who were doing well. I was kind of walking to the side, and they were booing, and it was just getting worse and worse.
So you heard where it was coming from.
I really had no idea. They kept saying it was up to the left. It sounded to me when I was out there like it was coming from everywhere. I gotta admit. But so anyway, so then Dom goes out, and Dom's doing a great job, and it's just almost like they just decided.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
Booing the guy, and this guy's like from Philly.
Yep.
He's been doing it forever. Half the reason they got comedy clubs in that damn city is because this guy. They boo him off like they don't even know him. So
unbelievable.
And Dom's funny. I mean, he doesn't deserve to be booed. He's a great comic.
Exactly. So I was pissed, and I went out there, and the second I walked out, they started yelling and heckling, and then they started booing me. And fortunately, I had been booed before. And I had made mental notes about things that I did that I liked and didn't like. And there was a lot more stuff that I didn't like. So I had made a mental note the next time if it ever happened. I'm talking about all you mothers. I'm trashing your city, anything I can think about, and I'm
the Liberty Bell, Rocky, the Betsy Ross Bridge.
Yeah, my mindset when I walked out was, you animals, you don't even deserve a show. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to start tap dancing to try to get your attention. You're not even giving anybody any chances.
So the second they started moving, you were already locked and loaded, ready to go.
Teams. I'm talking about.
It's like, I don't know why I even ironed my shirt to come out here.
I don't even remember half the stuff I said. It was
oh my God.
Total Tourette's.
I've watched it like 10 times already. It is all good and it is all brutal. Yeah. It's just fantastic. I've never ever seen a set like that. I've never seen anyone handle a stupid heckler in a club is one thing. You got 10,000 people and you just trashed them to the point where they loved you when you left.
So this is a really big moment in Bill's career, but it's funny because during the show, in Bill's mind, it sounded like it was one of the worst moments in his career. Like, the crowd was terrible. They're
But you don't stop talking, do you? Like, fuck it, I'll just cook this side for a while, just... You know what's funny? I'm cooking my brain talking about nothing. I'm just walking around like, yeah, I just got a cheeseburger. Oh, fuck all you people. You know what, you fucking losers? I hope you all fucking die, and I hope the fucking Eagles never win the Super Bowl. Go fuck yourselves. Fuck all you motherfuckers, and fuck the Friars. Fuck all of you. Fucking goddamn fucking losers. Booing Dom Herrera. Suck a dick. All of you. Suck a fucking dick. How's that? No, I'm segueing into my next joke. You can all lick my fucking red nuts. All of you. You can line up in your Harold Carmichael fucking jerseys, and one at a time, you can all suck my dick. City of brotherly love, you bunch of fucking cocks. Just walking around again. Fucking goddamn losers. 52 fucking hours into a show. The fuck am I gonna do at this point? You people are on goddamn acid. Fucking be up here talking about Hitler. That ain't gonna work. What do you want me to talk about? Hey, throw out some topics. Let's talk about heart disease. Something you're all gonna fucking die of, and I'm gonna laugh at your fucking funerals. It's gonna be great. You're all gonna get fucking cancer, which is fantastic because all your fucking heads are shaved anyways. No one's even gonna notice. You're gonna get fired for coming to work too late because they're not gonna notice that you have fucking bone marrow cancer. The only thing's gonna give it away is me laughing at you in the fucking background. You fucking bunch of losers with your fucking cell phone pictures. Fucking suck a dick. Fucking assholes. 11 more minutes of this. I hope you all get in your Ford Focuses and fucking drive off the side of that faggot-ass Ben Franklin Bridge. You fucking one bridge having piece of shit city that no one gives a fuck about. The terrorists about you. You are this high above New Orleans. No one gives a shit. FEMA would never show up for you fucking assholes. I hope your mother has herpes in the center of her asshole, and you go home tonight, you lick it, you get it on your tongue, and some other horrific shit happens that involves cancer. To all of you, 11 minutes left. 11 minutes. I hope somebody takes a fucking beer stein and just slaps you on the back of your zit-infested fucking shoulders and your awful man-tit tank tops. I hope that happens to you. I hope the glass fucking digs into your fucking shoulder blade. And then I see you afterwards. Hey, how's it going? You enjoy the fucking show? That's great. And I grabbed you by the fucking hair, but you don't have any. Did it really have to come to this, people? Did it really have to come to it? I really hope all of you run into all those black people that you love so much here in Camden. I really hope that happens. I hope there's a line of all of you guys getting fucking carjacked and they take out their big black dicks and they just shove them right in your fucking mouths, each and every one of you, and somehow they just keep repeatedly coming right in your fucking eyeballs until it builds up so much that your eyes, they fucking crust over. You can't see shit. And somehow there's another dick in there for you to suck. 10 minutes left. Look at you. This is what you want. This is what you want. It's a fucking bunch of fucking losers. Fucking Rocky is your hero. The whole pride of your city is built around a fucking guy who doesn't even exist. You got fucking Joe Frazier is from there, but he's black, so you can't fucking deal with him. So you make a fucking statue for some 3-foot fucking Italian, you stupid Philly cheese eating fucking jackasses. I hope that cheese melts your fucking faces off. All of you collectively suck a fucking dick. A fucking booby. 9 hours into a fucking show. Look at you in your fucking Donovan McNabb shirt. I hope he snaps both his fucking ankles in the first goddamn game. I hope you go 0 and fucking 16. I said suck a dick. 8 minutes left. 8 fucking minutes left. The Flyers, do they even fucking exist anymore? Bunch of goddamn pansies, haven't won shit since fucking Gerald Ford was in office. Why don't you just have the fucking ice capades down there, you assholes? You probably wouldn't even notice the difference. That fucking pussy teams, remember they had that whole season where they wore the slacks? You bunch of faggots. What else? What else? I attacked your mothers. It's 8 minutes. I'm doing it all. I'm fucking standing here. Look, I broke the mic stand. I got a little fucking cane now. I'm gonna be the little observational comedian up here. What's that, sir? What do you have to say, sir? Never passed the fucking 8th grade. What brilliant shit are you gonna fucking tell me, huh? Go back to the dock and go unload some shit. You fucking warehouse working, weed smoking, fucking disappointment for your mother. 7 minutes left. 7 motherfucking minutes left. And I'm doing all fucking 7. You fucking assholes. Fucking standing backstage for 3 hours to get booed by this GED fucking stupid ass piece of shit fucking crowd. Bunch of fucking losers. I hope your fucking radios fall on your head tomorrow. The fucking antenna goes right in your fucking ears.
In my hand already.
You fall out of one of those piece of shit buildings. Fuck all of you and fuck the Liberty Bell. And shove it up Ben Franklin's ass. What do you think about that? All of you motherfuckers, I hope that bridge collapses onto your pathetic lives. Go fuck yourselves. 6 minutes left, and I will be selling my CD after this shit, you motherfuckers. And the only way you get one is if I throw one at your fucking stupid heads. You bunch of racist fucking morons. Look at this. What are you taking a picture of, E-Rock, huh? This is the most, I'm saying all the shit I wanted to say for 14 minutes. This right here is the theme of my set, a broken mic stand. 3 motherfucking minutes left. 3 fucking minutes left. What's left? The Phillies, that faggot-ass team named after a female horse. You bunch of pussies. You won 1 fucking World Series since 1880s. Suck a dick. Bring Tug McGraw back from the dead, you fucking jackasses. Maybe you'll win another one. It ain't ever happening. It ain't ever fucking happening with your red candy striped faggot fucking uniforms. Your team should be selling cotton candy in the fucking instructional leagues. You have a soccer team? That's all I got left, huh? You got a fucking ping pong team? Some other shit-ass fucking team that's never gonna win a championship? You guys haven't won a Super Bowl since they had face masks, you fucking jackass. Roman Gabriel running around a fucking leather helmet. Ah, suck a dick. Was he your dad or something? You don't know who the fuck he is. I ironed my fucking shirt for this shit. Went to the Banana Republic, picked a $20 shirt off the rack. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Getting booed by people sitting in the fucking grass. Goddamn launch seats. It's fun, isn't it? It's great. I'm actually getting fucking paid right now, people. I'm getting paid to shit all over you guys and your stupid fucking rock t-shirts of bands that no one gives a fuck about. 4 minutes left. You with your Rush fucking t-shirts. I beat the shit out of my girlfriend. That felt great. It really felt great. I want to thank you guys for having me. You guys were phenomenal. Each and every... Oh no, I got 4 minutes left. I got 4 fucking minutes left to fucking talk about you cunts. That's not bad. That's not bad. 12-minute rant. That's the first time I said cunt. That's a fucking record. I'm gonna finish my set by taking this mic stand base like a fucking disc. I hope I hit a baby in the fucking head. The one fucking kid who would actually go to college in this fucking crowd. What's that, sir? Dave Chappelle, yes, he's not here. I wish I was on his fucking tour right now. Maybe I wouldn't have a bunch of cunts not fucking paying attention 4 hours into a goddamn show. 3 fucking minutes left. 3 minutes left in this motherfucking tirade. Boring! What's that? Sir, why are you screaming? You're in the front row, you dumb fuck. God, I hope this whole crowd, I just hope mass AIDS full blown, like fucking you get weak as you walk to your fucking cars, you just pass out, and they just find you next to your 83 fucking Monte Carlo with gravel embedded into the side of your fucking bald ass fucking heads.
Bill.
Yes?
What about Vincent Papalio?
What about what?
Vincent Papalio.
What about not fucking interrupting me, you jackass? Play a fucking
That was
record, you
Patrice's
son of a
idea,
bitch.
sorry.
I'm fucking trying to deal with this bullshit. Jesus Christ, the goddamn people on the show are giving me shit. So anyways, back to the jokes. I got a computer recently, people. Fucking motherfuckers. I put in 2 minutes left. The last 2 minutes is gonna be my rider for the rest of this fucking tour. I go on first, I do 3 minutes. That's it. I come out here with a fucking gun, right? That's what I do. I come out with a fucking gun, hollow tip bullets, and I just start fucking shooting people, okay? And everybody's chained to their fucking chairs. I just blow all your fucking brains out, like just one after another. Just fucking walk, 2 to the back of the head, never ending, coming out like a fucking Mexican with those 2 fucking crosses of bullets. I just blow all your fucking brains out. I would really enjoy blowing everybody's brains out. Just fucking, just the next day, somebody mopping up the 3 pounds of fucking brains that are actually in this goddamn crowd. 1 minute left in the period. Alright, listen. This doesn't change anything, this set. I still fucking hate you people. And I hate this fucking city. I hate the way you eat, your little shitty ass fucking Subway. And why don't you fucking build something for Joe Frazier and get that fucking idiot? You guys all gonna go see Rocky 19? Oh, dude, I think you can win! Alright, listen, I'm out of time. You guys were here, man. Thank you very much. much. All of you go fuck yourselves in your own assholes. Have a good night.
I know I've been gone for a very long time. And unbeknownst to you, it was a difficult 10 years. I'm not going to take you through all the agony I've been through, but it was tough. Some of it you might have seen. I don't know if you ever saw on TMZ the big headline, the second time I met O.J. Simpson.
You fucking kidding me? found it. Okay. 11559. It worked.
Thank you. That was very nice. Nice. It's good to be here. It's good to be down here in Virginia. Down here in Virginia. Dude, Virginia's all right. I like it down here. It's nice. Yeah, it's all right. We travel a lot for this. We went to Australia this year. It was all right. Anytime I go to another country, as soon as I get out of the airport and start like driving around, I'm just like, dude, this is your fucking country, dude? Other countries suck. Dude. America's number one, dude. It's not even close. It's official. I've been to like 3 other countries. It's official. And other countries hate it too. They hate that we're number one. You ever tell them? You ever go to another country and tell them we're number one? Swim up to like a pool bar, just, you know, we're number one. They hate it, dude. They try to bring up bullshit to bring us down. They're like, what about all the mass shootings you guys have all the time? It's like, at least we're not gay. You know? There's really not a good comeback to that, because that's a pretty serious problem. And we're the only country doing that. We're not making any adjustments. None. What are we gonna give up our guns like a bunch of fucking gay guys? Yeah, right, dude. No, we're just gonna have shootings all the time. Yeah. No, Australia's good. I was shitting on Australia. Australia might be number 2. That's a good country, dude. There's a whole country doing nothing. That's what I like about them. They're just down there. 0 exports. Creating nothing, dude. They're doing, the only export I've seen come out of Australia is just that YouTube video of that guy punching that kangaroo in the face. Yeah. You know that video? That kangaroo holding that dog hostage out in the woods. Owner shows up, squares up with the kangaroo. No hesitation. Kangaroo knew it was a fight, too. Guy just walking. If you've seen the video, you know how good that impression is. Yes. Australia gave us that. Australia also gave us Love on the Spectrum. Love on the Spectrum. Thank you, Australia. Incredible show. Truly actually an incredible show. How did this show get made? That's an insane show. Only Australia could have come up with this. Only Australians would be like, all right. You know how autistic people are extremely uncomfortable in social settings? Let's stick a camera in these fucking retards' face and watch them talk. No, dude. Don't do that. We're all gonna watch it, but don't do that. Look at him trying to fuck. No, Australia ruled. I only had one negative experience while I was there, and it was I got bullied. I got made fun of publicly by a goth. They still have goths, dude. Full on black trench coat, black eyeliner, and he made fun of me. I'll give him credit in his defense. The reason he was making fun of me is because I was wearing a bucket hat. I had never done that before. There were no black people on the island. I was taking fashion chances the whole time. That's the thing about these countries. I was just in England, Scotland, Ireland, Australia. No black people. And I know what you're thinking. No. No, you need black people. You need black people to keep the whites in check. The last thing you want is a whole island of whites that think they're the coolest people on earth. It's a disaster. That's how you end up with Conor McGregor's walking around like, ah, dabba, 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 dabba. It's like, shut up, dude. The foreign whites are out of control. American whites, we're humble. We know we're not the coolest guys around. It's the foreign whites, dude. There's a, yes! Preach, brother! Yeah. For real, though, there's a reason every good NBA player that's white is from another country. The audacity to think you could play in that league, dude. The fucking arrogance. Every white dude in America saw a black kid dunk in like 8th grade and was just like, oh, all right. There goes that dream. I'll just set picks for the next 4 years. Just box out hard as hell. White people used to be cool in America. Long time ago, dude. The height of white people being cool was us going, we're like, man. That was as cool as we got. We're like, man, see, haha, man. And then the day white people stopped being cool, it was Jackie Robinson's first game. You can look it up, dude. You can find it. You can find the radio call from that game online. You can hear the exact moment white people stopped being cool. You can hear the announcers. They still got, they're like, man. Welcome to Chicago, where the White Sox take on the Brooklyn Dodgers. And we all had cool white nicknames. Like, up at the mound is Old Curly. He's a 47-year-old alcoholic. He's the greatest athlete alive. Runs a 6-second 40-yard dash. Fastest man alive, they say. Then it happened, dude. And Jackie came up to the plate. You can hear the announcers like, meh. Coming up to the plate is a young colored boy from Brooklyn. No way he can hit Curly's pitch. Here comes the pitch. Fuck, home run. All right. That was it, dude. Jackie hit the ball so hard he knocked that voice out of all the whites. Not one of us has talked like that since. Dude, one swing of the bat, we're like, meh. All right, yeah, that was pretty good. That was good. That was good. It's time for us to focus on computers. Anyway, I was in Australia. I was in a bucket hat. I was already self-conscious about the bucket hat. Tried it on in the hotel. Just looked like fucking John Candy. I was with my friend. He's a good friend. I was like, I look like a fucking dumbass, right? He was like, nah, dude, you look cool. Also, who cares? No one's gonna give a fuck. I was like, all right, fine. As soon as we got outside of the hotel, somebody gave a fuck. I got made fun of immediately. It was the goth. The goth. I didn't even see him coming, dude. He came out of the shadows like they do. This fucking guy, I was standing talking to my friend. He was walking behind us on the sidewalk. He walked behind me, took my hat off my head, put it back down, and patted me on the head. I turned around smiling at him because I thought only a friend could have done this. I was like, dude, this guy kept walking. He didn't even break stride. He goes, nice hat, fatso. It just destroyed me for no, I had no comeback. I was just like, yeah, right. I was like that fucking kangaroo. What was that about? That was 6 months ago. I've thought about that guy every day. Every day. I hate him. I hate everything. I hate that he's a goth from Australia. It's like, you can't be that. You can't be a goth from Australia. You sound funny. You can't be, you know what I mean? That guy can't go around like, all day I think about death. It's like, shut up, dude. I'm actually very dark and twisted. No, you're not. You're Australian. You sound funny. Australian accent's one of those accents that's funny every single time. You could be in the middle of a fucking tragedy if you heard an Australian accent, you'd still be like, you know what I mean? Like if there was like an Australian guy in the office on 9/11, I was like, oh fuck, look out! Like, oh no, there's another one, get down! Oh fuck, it's hot up here, you're gonna have to jump out. No! Huh? All right. Well, 9/11 joke. That's an applause break. Bravo! All right. Tell you this, on a more serious note, this is something I'm dealing with in my life. I recently found out that the girl I'm dating, her ex is a Navy SEAL. That sucks. That sucks dick, dude. That's the worst ex of all time. I never even thought it. You want to feel insecure as a man? That's the worst. I never even thought of that one as like that could happen to me. I spent my whole life thinking, black guy, worst case on this. And by the way, I mean that with all due respect to the black community, dude. For real, I wish people feared my dick like that. I wish my dick struck fear into entire races. Nobody fears my dick, dude. Nobody fears my dick. Other than like women in parking garages, they... You get me in a parking garage, all of a sudden my dick's top of the food chain. See me lurking behind a pillar in there. Just with a GameStop bag. Nah, dude, Navy SEAL. It's a tough one. I do this thing, it's not a good thing, but whenever I'm dating a girl, I always talk shit on her exes. It's not a good look. Women don't respect it. Kind of makes me look like a bitch. I like it. I can't stop doing it. And normally it's easy. Normally it's like, what's your ex do? He's a fucking substitute teacher. It's weird he wants to hang out with kids like that bad. You know, like, this one's tough. This is a tough ex to make fun of. Just when I'm walking around the apartment all day, just fucking Navy SEALs. They're kind of pussies if you really think about it. You know what I mean? Like using night vision, sneaking up on guys. That's a fucking coward's way to fight, dude. You know who's actually brave? Al-Qaeda. That takes courage and bravery. Just in pajamas, throwing rocks at tanks. Heroic shit, dude. Just you and your boys going out. In flip-flops. You're all gonna get fucked up, dude. No training. Zero military training, dude. Those guys, those dudes, they had one set of monkey bars. That's what they all trained on. And they were proud of the monkey bars. You remember that video? You've seen them using the monkey bars. They filmed themselves using the monkey bars and then sent that tape out to the world like, not bad. A buddy of mine watches like death videos on the internet. I don't. He watches them. If we're hanging out, I'll watch. We watch. I watch. Look, I was over at his place. We were watching. I don't know if you know this. The war in the Middle East is just on the internet. The whole fucking thing. Every dude out there on both sides was wearing GoPros the entire time. Like, you can watch it. We watched like 3 hours of the war in Iraq. And after the first hour, I found myself starting to cheer. Not cheer, but like... relate. I felt like I could relate more to the monkey bars guys. You know what I mean? They were a little more my speed. You ever wonder how you would do out there? Watch those guys. Those are just normal fucking dudes. Second shots are fired. There's no game plan. Everyone's, oh, shit! Very relatable. Guns jamming. Try to fire a rocket, it goes straight fucking backwards. They look like me trying to fire a gun. Their feet move when they shoot. Very relatable. They also never won. They got fucked up every single time. Bad. They would blow up like one truck every 5 months. They'd be just as surprised as everybody. Shit finally worked out. You could hear it in their voice. Someone would blow up, they'd be like, oh! It's like, yeah, dude, that's a human reaction. That's relatable. That's what I would do if I saw a fucking explosion. I'd go, oh! That's human. You ever watch us kill people? I can't relate to that at all. There's some Black Hawk helicopter with night vision, mows down like 40 people. Pilot gets on, he just goes, clear. Just flies away. It's like, yo, that's a psycho. That guy didn't give a fuck about that. At least ISIS is down there having fun, dancing afterwards. You know? It's like Ewok Village down there, you know? Also, I'm not actually pro-ISIS. All right? It's just a Navy SEAL did fuck my girlfriend. And I am having a pretty tough time dealing with that. It sucks, dude. Can't get it out of my head. Some fucking cool, jacked hero. Just getting tactical on my sweet baby's pussy. Just clearing out every corner of my sweet angel's box. Just checking behind every door in there. Just clear, go, red team, advance. Now I'm in there fucking, oh! Look, I know we're laughing and having a good time, but for real, that does suck. That sucks. That absolutely sucks. Sexually, I have to follow a fucking Navy SEAL. They never quit until the job's done, dude. That's their whole thing. I quit a lot, all right? The job's done when I'm tired, which is usually pretty early into the mission. My arms start shaking pretty early. They give out. Next thing you know, we're having belly-to-belly missionary. Just hunched over, breathing in her ear like a pug for 5 minutes. Just coughing. Coughing during sex is funny. Just you guys know belly-to-belly missionary, dude. Don't fucking... I saw this crowd, dude. I see you, boy. A lot of belly-belly tonight, dude. This guy's hunched over. Just... You don't even think about that noise you're making in that poor woman's ear. Every woman in this room has heard that noise. You've never thought it. The only way I can describe it is like you ever lay down and a dog starts sniffing your ear? That's what it sounds like. Just... No, my girlfriend and I, we have sex and it's fine. It's okay. One thing that's funny about though is it's a new enough relationship that my girlfriend's still loud during sex. You remember that? You remember that phase? It's still new enough in the relationship that my girlfriend like screams every time we have sex. And I'm just up there like, yeah, right. Yeah, right, lady. I've seen women walk through this, no problem. I mean, it's nice, it's a nice gesture. And sometimes it tricks me, sometimes I'm like, yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe it's not gonna fit. No, it's gonna fit. It's gonna fit. It's gonna fall out a couple times. No, the screaming phase is about done. We moved in together, so that's when that ends. Before you live together, sex is like, yeah, but me. Once you move in together, sex slowly becomes just some lady laying on a bed next to a pile of unfolded laundry, just... Ow, you're on my hair! No, we live together now. My girlfriend moved in with me, so we have sex, and as soon as we're done having sex, I wish that she would fucking evaporate. No? All right, well, no, you guys are right. I hate playing Xbox by myself, dude. Oh, fuck. I love having her around all the time. Fucking turning on lights. Asking me to hang out. No. No, we hang out. I'm just not used to it. I'm not used to hanging out with a woman all the time. I'm not used to hanging out with women. I don't have any female friends. I'm more of a having a good time type of guy. You know? I don't even know what women do for fun. Just fucking fold shit or something like that? Huh? Look, I know that's not the best joke of all time. From your seats, that's not the most well-crafted joke. What do women do? Fold shit? But from up here, it's a very, very funny joke. I get to say something as dumb as, what do women do? Fold shit? And then look out and see about 15 different women going. I understand most of the women here are girlfriends that were dragged to this show that already don't really like me because every time they're in their car, their boyfriend's like, babe, listen to this part of the podcast. Yeah, I'm aware. And now those women are here, and the show's going exactly how they knew it was gonna go. Some dumb ogre on stage like, women are dumb. So no, I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Sweet angels. I found this out from hanging out with my girlfriend. I didn't know that women watch porn now. Shame. No, I'm sorry. I'll say this about that. I think women watching porn's having a negative effect on all of us. You know what I mean? We can't both come into the bedroom thinking we can fuck like that. Have you fucked someone lately? It's just everyone thinks they're in a porn, dude. Every time you fuck a lady, she's like, every dude's like, yeah, put your... Everyone, what are we doing? Stop. Belly to belly is pretty good. It feels the same. Everyone thinks they're a porn star. You're not, dude. Those are professionals. You're not good enough to fuck like that. First off, if you're a dude and you're good at sex, that's gay. I hate to break it to you, dude. That's a girl quality. No, I'm not saying it's bad women. I'm saying it was bad enough already when it was just men watching porn, coming into the bedroom with fucking ideas from shit that, you know what I mean? It was bad enough when it was just me coming in there. I watched a squirt tutorial earlier. She's like, I can't squirt. It's like, you all can squirt, actually. Some girl just forces herself to pee to get you to stop doing it. It's like, you did it, baby. Like, yeah, obviously I did it. Now, you can't do the cool moves you see in porn. Just have regular, just do regular. You don't have to, you ever try them? You ever think you can? You ever try, like, cum in a girl's face? Not as cool. They're a lot less receptive in real life. That whole process is a fucking nightmare, dude. It's a disaster. It's just you, the girl you love is down there. You've been begging her for 3 months to try this. Finally, she's like, yeah, you can do it. You're like, yes! It's gonna be just like the videos I watch every day. That's my favorite part. Now you get to do it. You think it's gonna be awesome. It's not. It's just you up there, alone. It's cold. She's out, she's being nice. She's like, are you okay? Now you can feel it. You're like, all right, here it comes. This is gonna be awesome. She's gonna love this. As soon as it hits them, they freeze, dude. And then once it's on them, they like don't know how to move. You know what I mean? Like you ever put like socks on a cat? And then you feel bad because the cum's out of you and you realize what you've done. You feel terrible. You gotta pick her up off the ground, It's like the same energy as like when a toddler falls. You're like, come here, get up. You're all right. You're all right. You're all right. We'll never do it again. Yes. All right, enough of this cum talk. I'll tell you this was making me laugh. I was on Twitter and I saw a picture of this guy, and he was retiring from the military. And when he retired, he posted a picture of himself, full military uniform, all of his medals, but he was wearing a furry mask, like a sexual dog mask. And he posted, he said, now that I'm retiring from the military, I can come out and say, I've been into puppet play this entire time. And he tweeted, he said, Officer Bow Wow out. And he said like hashtag service dog.
Oh boy.
It was rough. For real, that was an accident. But he tweeted it. So of course, Russia and China's Twitter, they got a hold of it. They started talking shit. You know, they were like, look at our military. It was a bunch of like jacked, skinhead dudes. They're like, look at America's military. It was like transgender people, the dog general. And they were making fun of us. They were making memes. They were like, look how tough and masculine our army is. Look how weak and gay America is. But I was looking at the pictures and I was like, Dog General's the scariest soldier I've ever imagined in my, dude, just some sexual freak operating drones that thinks he's a fucking dog, just, oh! You know how fucking scary that guy is? Just deleting villages. That guy's terrifying. The gayer the army, the scarier. It's forever, dude, throughout history. Think of any army throughout history. Imagine them gay. Gay Nazis? Just when you thought those guys couldn't look any sharper, they Gay Vikings? Gay Vikings, dude. You're just some villager looking out on the shoreline, see a bunch of Viking longships coming. You're like, oh no, it's the Vikings. They're gonna rape our wives and daughters. Then they pull up their fucking rainbow flag on their boat, and you're just like, oh, fuck. Oh, that's way worse. I like history. I'm a bit of a history buff. Which, by the way, that is early onset Republican. It's a very serious warning sign. If you're a white dude in your 20s and 30s and you're like, I can't stop reading about World War II, it's coming, bro. You might not be Republican right now. You might be young and cool and liberal. Probably think you're safe, dude. You're not. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. You think your dad wanted to be Republican? You think he got out of high school and he was like, all right, now it's time to be a prick about everything. No, dude, it takes time. Like, I'm not a Republican right now, but I can feel it. It grows. I gotta fight it every day, like a fucking werewolf. I'll just be watching TV out of nowhere, just, why are black guys in every commercial? Mermaids are white. I'm 35, that's important to me. They are white, and I'm not joking on that one. No, I like history, so it's coming. I'm not a Republican now, but it's coming. There's no, and when I'm on the road, I travel every fucking weekend. There's nothing to do during the day, and then at night you do stand up. But during the day, I travel every week, and sometimes I like to visit like historical places throughout the country. So a couple summers ago, don't laugh at that. Shut up, dude, it's not lame at all. I just laughed at me from the balcony. Dork. Yeah. So a couple summers ago, I was in Washington, D.C., and I went and I visited Mount Vernon. I went and I visited George Washington's house. Turns out it was George Washington's plantation. Shucks. Dude, I get in there. I'm the only one there. It was the first summer during COVID. I'm the only visitor there. It's me, and if you've been there before, you know, it's 15 reenactors that don't break character. They stayed. Everyone else was in the 1700s. I was the only guy there. Like, I signed up for the tour, and my tour guide was Martha Washington. It wasn't her. It was some fat bitch. I saw right to it. I signed up for the tour, so me and Martha have to hang out together for 15 minutes to see if anybody else signs up for like the 3 o'clock tour or whatever. Of course they don't. I gotta make small talk with a woman that won't stop pretending to be from the 1700s. It's fucking insane. What do you say? I was just out there with her like, where's George Washington? She's like, oh, the general? He won't be joining us today. He's in his chambers. It's just you and I. I was like, wait. You trying to fuck me? Never broke. No one broke. Enough times gone by, I've had enough to think about why nobody would break character while I was there. And for real, I'm fairly certain they thought that I was a special needs man. Like, they all got together and they were like, look, this is obviously a big day for this guy. Nobody break character. Let's make it magic for him. Like, they watched me park my car when I got there. And when I got out, they were like, oh. One of the driving ones. Look at him. It was also during COVID, and the mask did not do me any favors. If you can only see my eyes, I got the eyes for it. It was sunny out. It also didn't help. I walked up to my tour guide, like, where's George Washington? He's like, oh, you're a big guy. I was like, yeah. So me and Martha go in for the tour. Due to COVID restrictions at the time, we were not allowed to speak indoors. All right, so for $36, me and a woman dressed like Martha Washington fucking dead silently walked through for a full hour. You need to be able to talk for this tour to have any value at all. There's nothing to read in there. It's just old chairs and shit. Me and this lady went room to room for an hour, and this was the tour. I was in the corner of every room, just not getting it. We get outside when we were done. She's like, do you have any questions? I was like, yeah, what the fuck was that? What was that? What'd you and me just do? So that was the end of me and Martha. I go off by myself. I start looking around. Like I said, it was the first summer during COVID, all right? So we're in the middle, you know, we're in the middle of tearing down statue season. And I was at a Founding Fathers plantation during all of that. So I wanted to check out the slave quarters. I want to see what all the fuss was. No, whatever. Fuck you guys. What'd you guys do? What'd you guys do that summer? Fucking post black squares on your Instagram? Is that what you did? How dare you judge me? How dare you? I was there. Boots on the ground at a Founding Fathers plantation. Growing, learning as a white, going down. For real though, I was in there. I was in George Washington's slave quarters. By the way, the first thing you do when you walk into George Washington's slave quarters is you go, ooh. Somehow worse than I thought they were gonna be. It's rough, dude. That guy had a fucking dungeon. For real, you didn't know? I'm in there, and I'm by myself, and I'm like, you know, you remember that time, it was a tense fucking time in this country, and I'm in there by myself like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then I hear some footsteps coming down the path behind me, and now blocking the only exit of the room was a slave reenactor. They have those there. And he did not break character. I turned around, he was like, oh, well, hello there, sir. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude, please, you don't have to do the character. I'd give anything for you to not do that character. He didn't break. He was good. He was like, look at those clothes. You must be from the future. Hello, time traveler. I was like, no, I'm from right now. What are you doing out? Come here. No. No, I did not say that. Obviously, I didn't fucking say that. I didn't say a word. I was frozen. I was paralyzed with white guilt. I didn't say a word. And he knew what he was doing. He for real, he knew what he was doing, dude. He wasn't giving me the George Washington tour. He was just drilling me with shit I didn't want to hear. He was hitting me with the what? You remember that time, tense time. That guy walks in there and sees me. I know what I look like. I know exactly. I've got the body type of a guy who says, let's see the rest of the body cam footage before we jump to any conclusions. I know what I look like. He wasn't even giving me the George Washington tour. He was just telling me fucked up shit. He was talking about other people. He was like, Thomas Jefferson had about 6 slave children of his own. He only freed 2 of his own children during his lifetime. I was like, Jesus Christ. Isn't that a bummer? Thomas Jefferson literally enslaved some of his own children. Yeah. Now you know how I felt, dude. I was getting fucking drilled with this information. That's when I started playing possum a little bit. I was like, maybe I am a special needs guy. So he was hitting me with the fucking white guilt facts. I mean, it was a battle, dude. It was like 2 wizards fighting. Finally, I won by just lowering my mask. He was mid-rant. Oh, shit, my bad, brother. You fucking... And he let me go. He freed me. That's when I went to the George Washington Museum. There's a museum there that as soon as you walk into that museum, they start pumping up George. You walk in, they're like, George Washington was a great man. You're like, I just came from his dungeon. But you know, I'm American. I'll forget about that part of his history. What else did he do, you know? We're not gonna let human trafficking define these guys, are we? Huh? I don't know. Anyway, I was in there. I was going through the museum. I'll admit, I had girl brain towards George from what I'd seen. I was still mad at him. I was going through the museum. I was like, George Washington, fucking asshole. Like, George Washington had red hair. I was like, ugly bitch. I was trying to be cool and liberal and hate him. I couldn't do it, dude. They started pumping up George. Got me going, dude. I was going through the museum. They're like, George Washington was 6'2". I was like, nice. Like, he could never tell a lie. I was like, this guy's unbelievable. Like, he single-handedly defeated the British. At this point, I'm back. No, dude, I'm worse. Nobody better touch my statues. I love statues. I'm ready to get on Facebook, defend Rittenhouse, whatever I need to do to help this country get better. I'm back, 100%. Love America, love George Washington. And then you get to the end of the tour, and the last thing you see on the George Washington tour is George Washington's teeth in a case. And if you know, the myth is George Washington had wooden teeth. Turns out, George Washington had, it was ivory and lead dentures with horse and cow teeth on the top row and human slave teeth on the bottom row. Damn, what the fuck? That's it, that's how the tour ends. You gotta walk outside to a hot, sunny parking lot. Like, what the fuck was that at the end? Also, lead with the teeth. Show me the teeth right away. Dude, don't make me love George Washington for 2 hours and at the very end be like, you wanna see some wild shit? Like, and once you see his teeth, every story about him makes perfect sense. Like, he was a man of few words. It's like, yeah, dude, he had fucking donkey teeth and fucking lead in his mouth for a decade. You can't keep lead in your mouth for a decade. That would give you, for real, like rabies-like symptoms. You die. Like, I can't believe we defeated the British. So, I know how we did it. We had a fucking 6'2", redheaded, retarded guy out in the woods just waiting for those motherfuckers, dude. 6'2" in 1770, that's like 6'10" today. Red hair, horse teeth, a sword, just... Do you want to tax me, motherfucker? You know how terrifying that guy was coming out of the woods? It just, some 5-foot British guy, oh! Run, it's George! You ever see that painting of George crossing the Delaware? Standing, he's the only one standing on the rowboat. Everyone else is like, George, you gotta get down. George's like, they're over there, get them! You know what happened that day when George crossed the Delaware? It was Christmas Day, And it was a bit of a massacre because George caught the British off guard because the British absolutely correctly assumed. They were like, only a retarded guy's gonna try to cross this icy river today in a rowboat. Fortunately for them, our first president was on the other side of that river. It's like, get in the boat, we gotta kill these motherfuckers for fun. I know I said retarded there a couple times. My bad on that. I'm not trying to give myself a pass on being able to use that word. But I will say, I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, I do have family members with Down syndrome. It almost got me. I dodged it, but it nicked me. It nicked me. Bit of a day walker myself. It's funny when you bring up Down syndrome, you can always tell who's never been around it in their lives. You know what I mean? Like if I tell people, if I'm like, yeah, I have family members with Down syndrome, people that have never been around it are always like, oh. Like Down syndrome's the fucking end of the world. Oh. Are they okay? Are they doing okay? It's like, they're doing better than everybody I know. They're the only dudes I know having a good time pretty consistently. Sorry they're not on fucking Adderall and anti-anxiety like the rest of us. They're on fucking Capri Suns. Having a good time. Dude, my Uncle Danny sneaks grilled cheese sandwiches into restaurants just in case they don't serve grilled cheese sandwiches. You don't know where he's getting these fucking things. It's the best. It's the best. You'll be out to dinner with him, you look across the table, you see him sneaking at grilled cheese. Just... Yo, where'd you get that cheese, Danny? His dad's with him, he's like, that fucker, he's been making them at night. I know he is. I'm not making them at night, Dad. Then he'll look at you and be like, I'm making them at night. Yeah. What's better than that, dude? What's better? What's better? What's better than Uncle Danny? Uncle Danny, 3 in the morning, shirtless, baggy gym shorts, quietly, secretly in his parents' kitchen, on a secret mission to make 10 grilled cheese sandwiches. Just... Every day his dad comes down the steps like, where's the fucking bread going? He's got 8 sandwiches in a closet. Just... Don't go in my room! Now, Down syndrome rules, you don't have to... Obviously, that's not how you say it, yeah. You don't go around saying fucking Down syndrome rules. I'm saying it wrong. I'm not discounting the fact that it's hard for families. It is. I've witnessed it firsthand. It's difficult. It's scary. It's very scary at first. And then you quickly realize that's easily the only good family member we have. That's the only good person I know. They're the bros, dude. They're the perfect bro. They love 2 things, dude. They love John Cena. Across the board, dude. You see one of these dudes out in public, hit him with a phone. They're gonna give it back. They love it. Across the board, dude. You see one of these dudes out in public, hit him with a phone. They're gonna give it back. They love it. And they love tits. Dudes with Down syndrome love tits, and it's a very uncomfortable truth for a lot of people. And I'm not sure why. Tits rule. John Cena rules. It's kind of the 2 coolest things. Look, this joke's probably not gonna make it, but here's what all right, hear this one out. I'm gonna try. If you see it, just know I won an argument. Because I think it's good, but all right. Dudes with Down syndrome love women so much that, like, I've never been a believer of being gay as a choice. But I will say, every dude I know that can't think fucking loves pussy. All right, I guess it's a keeper. All right, that's the end of that. That's where that should end. Look, I was talking earlier. I'm not a Republican yet, but I will say, I just want to see, like for real, I don't care if they arrest him. If he loses the primary, let him debate, dude. Let him debate. All I want to see is him debate. Dude. Okay, Hannibal, if he gets arrested, Hannibal Lecter him out to the fuck. Just bring him on stage. Here's my idea, final debate of the year. Have one Republican candidate, one Democrat. Be like, all right, fellas, surprise third guest tonight. Dude, fucking stone cold music, the glass shatters. He walks out just, they're both gay. I mean, see how they handle that. I think it is actually important to see how the candidates handle that type of pressure of debating with Trump, dude, because so far none of them have been able to handle it. He literally, every debate, he just bullied whoever was up there. The only one who did pretty good in the debates against him was Biden, just because he had no fucking idea what was being said, which actually helped him. That worked out for him. Because Trump's whole thing is he tries to get in the other guy's head, dude. Can't get in Joe's head. Joe's not in there. Good luck, dude. Biden is Trump's kryptonite in a debate. He's literally perfect. You can't beat him. Because Trump tries to drag the other guy into like a shit-talking contest where he will win. He will win at that. He can't get Biden. He tries. Every debate he's trying so hard, and Biden's just... That's it, though. He tries. He just, you're a loser. Your son did crack. And Biden's just, what? It's like, damn, dude, that's actually a pretty good comeback. You might win this thing. I miss it. I miss the speeches with Trump. You remember that? We used to get 5 speeches a day when he was in office. Anytime you turn on the TV, that guy was giving another fucking speech. Live, dude. Be in front of a helicopter, scream, calling a lady a lesbian or something. This is gonna be a tough one to defend at work. But I'm gonna. Now it's sad. Now with Biden, we get like one speech every 3 months. And it's hard. He's like falls and shit. It's hard to watch. It's sad. I'm rooting for the guy. Obviously, I want things to go well, but it's hard to watch him do anything. Anytime I watch Biden do anything, I get the same feeling as like, you ever go to a friend's house and they have like a 16-year-old dog and it walks in the room? And you gotta do that whole like, oh, hey, there he is. Just look at him, he's looking great. My favorite thing about Biden is anytime Biden finishes a speech, he transforms into a Roomba. Just... I miss it. I miss the Trump speeches. Trump gave what I think was probably one of the greatest speeches of world leaders given. You know, it's got to be up there with like Churchill, Gettysburg Address. Anyway, for real though, it was my favorite speech I've ever seen a president give. It was the night the United States killed the leader of ISIS. Trump comes out of the Situation Room at like midnight in the White House and he walks down that fucking tunnel like and gives a press conference like he's giving a post-game NBA just killed a guy press conference. He walks up in front of the entire world at midnight and just goes, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He died like a dog. And a fucking dude. That's all him, dude. I didn't change one word of that. That's what he opened with. And then he did 40 minutes. The speech is 40 minutes for no reason. It wasn't a prepared speech. He freestyled 40 straight. Not even a speech, just mean shit talk for 40. The meanest shit talk you've ever heard in front of the whole world. Abu. We could hear him crying. I said, Abu, don't cry. Abu. Let me tell you something. Abu cried. He cried quite a bit. I wouldn't have cried. Crybaby Baghdadi, that's what we were all calling it. Dude. Look, I love everything about that speech. I love it. I love thinking about Trump in the Situation Room, surrounded by generals watching watching special forces, watching those cocksucking Navy SEALs. If I was in there, I'd be like, get out of there, Abu, run. They're great lovers. Don't let them get you. Ah, they got him. Ah, they're making him squirt. No. No, how can you do this? That's what we should do. Instead of 0 Dark 30 killing these guys, we should break in and have our special forces fucking whack them off in their own bed. That sends a pretty serious message, dude. Can you imagine that? Just 4 Navy SEALs holding your arms and legs. You're the only dude without night vision. No! Queer. They fly away on a helicopter. You just got jerked off in your own bed. You fucking jerked me off! You make me do cum! You know what I mean? Yeah. I love thinking about Trump in the Situation Room, watching a live military operation. He's the only dude in the room that wasn't military. He must have been the only dude watching it that was like, oh! Like, you could tell he's never seen it before by the fucking speech. The speech sounded like a guy just trying to tell you some shit he saw. A lot of guys would knock on the front door, not these guys, not our guys. Not our guys. Our guys went through the wall. They blew up his wall. And they used dogs. Beautiful dogs. Dude, beautiful dogs is the funniest detail. 'Cause it's true. They actually did use, it was the Army Rangers and they used dogs because they were afraid al-Baghdadi was going to be wearing a suicide vest. So they killed him with dogs and a robot. And then made fun of him for crying. It's like, dude. Let that guy cry. That's the scariest death I've ever heard of. That dude was laying in his bed in the middle of the night, his wall exploded. Fucking 10 dogs and a robot broke into his... Dude, 10 dogs wearing helmets and goggles broke into his house. The Paw Patrol, the actual Paw Patrol broke in. All right, dude, you guys have been so great. Thank you, guys.
That was amazing. Love that. Almost 3 hours left. I can do it. I can do it. I'll starve myself a little bit. I can do it. I'm not hungry yet, but I can feel it coming.
I love collecting engineering resources.
You know, you guys know Shane Gillies?
No. Cannot say I do. Is he the inventor of the ghillie suit?
No. Is this because I brought up fucking
This
Reese?
is because you brought up Reese like 8 million years ago.
No, he's a comedian. I just watched his special on Netflix, Beautiful Dogs. That shit is hilarious. It made me laugh more than Matt Rife, I tell you that.
Good for you, I suppose.
Highly recommend. Still playing Elite Dangerous?
Absolutely.
Still going at the blood runes. I am 86.6% of the way to level 97. I got, yeah, 86.6, and yet I still have like a little under 3 hours left.
Who joined?
Dino, you know Shane Gillies?
Yes,
Bro, that dude's fucking funny.
I agree.
What? Okay.
What are you on right now? You on phone?
Yeah.
Sounds
He's
like
he's actually on Nintendo Samsung Smart Fridge.
it.
AirPod.
This should be like a commercial for Apple, because wow. This is just beautiful. It's like I can hear the individual waves of vibration.
You
Surely
joke,
not.
but Apple's probably monitoring his every conversation because he's using AirPods, so
Whatever.
surely they could use it as an ad and just cut this part out.
Why would I care?
Exactly.
They're
They should
stealing my
pay you
information
royalties.
anyway.
Who is attacking me? What did my fighter do?
They should give me $1.
Hong, my fighter made people mad at me.
Grr.
Oh, whoops. Deploy the weapons. Oh, there goes my fighter. Hey, my fighter's competent now.
Yeah. Grr.
Oh my, dude's an elite now.
But you said they couldn't get up to elite.
I'm like, cause it just keeps saying my bar is full, and I'm just assuming it's.
Zach, when do we gotta leave again? Okay. I gotta be back at Bacon Station or whatever by 45, because I gotta go by that.
45.
faithful, the graceful, the tragic, the classic, the evidence of things unseen, the book of light, the mansions of the moon, the bones of fear to own, recently discovered in everything but no, the doubters doubts about it never made it untrue. Life, the gift, peace out the pressure, can't remember how you came and when I bet on how you exit from the start. The only thing certain is the end. Promise to all and unknown, not when. Heartbreak from yesterday and fret for tomorrow. I leave you now filled with anxiety and hollow. If you pray, don't worry. If you worry, don't pray. My homie told it to me just the other day. From the tall castle walls to the mean teeth streets, I hope you get what you want and that you want what you need. Amen.
Thank you. Everyone have a seat. Be comfortable. Relax. I gotta tell you. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. I need you guys to know something. And I'm gonna tell you the truth, and don't get freaked out. This is gonna be my last special for a minute. It's all good. It's all good. Listen to me. I did it in Detroit for that reason. That's right. You wanna know why? Because I talked so much shit about Detroit in the first special, I figured I might as well do the last special here. Sorry about that, by the way. First of all, before I even start, I want to say that I'm rich and famous. And the only reason I say that is because the last 17 months were hell, and I cannot imagine what everybody went through, but I'm happy to see you, and I'm happy you're well, and I hope everyone you love is okay. I don't want you to worry about me. I'm vaccinated. I got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I gotta admit, that's probably the most niggerish decision I've made in a long time. I walk in the doctor like, give me the third best option. I'll have what the homeless people are having. So far, so good. And I know you probably heard on the news, I did get coronavirus. And it was something else. Like, okay, first of all, when the doctor told me I had coronavirus, I gotta tell you, I was surprised how it made me feel. I felt dirty. I felt gross. Because I've been walking around Texas, just touching doorknobs and shit, hands all moist. Tipping niggas with cash. Here, take this to your family. I must have killed thousands of people just trying to get tonight's show together. So I hope you appreciate it, because a lot of niggas died for me to get this one off. I hadn't felt that dirty in a long time. Last time I can remember feeling dirty like that, man, I must have been a little boy. I was being molested by a preacher.
What the fuck?
Oh, don't feel bad for me. I liked it.
What the fuck?
I used to get a kick out of coming in that fella's face.
Okay.
Well, he asked me to do it. They make you quarantine. I had to quarantine for 10 days at least. They said, you're gonna have to stay in the room. I didn't go nowhere. And it started making me nuts, because I would just sit in the room and watch videos all day. Now, you know what I was watching? And I hate to say this, but there was a lot of videos, sadly, of black people beating up Asians for no reason. Oh, these attacks were unprovoked. I couldn't believe it. And I was sitting in the room watching this shit. It was stressing me out. I was stressed already, because the whole time when you get coronavirus, at least the first 5 days, you wait to see how sick you're gonna get. And it turns out, and this is true, I didn't get sick at all. Not a cough, not a booger, not a fever, nothing. Look at me. I am the Magic Johnson of coronavirus. I just sat in the crib and got stronger all week. But I was stressed because I kept watching these videos of my beloved black people beating up my beloved Asian people and being so cruel. And the whole time I watched those videos, this is fucked up, but I couldn't help but feel like when I saw these brothers beating these Asians up, it's probably what's happening inside of my body. I didn't get sick. I also saw a lot of videos of UFOs. I mean, what the fuck has been going on with that shit? These niggas are here. These UFOs keep coming to Earth, and it made me think of an idea for a movie. It sounds dumb, but hear me out. In my movie idea, we find out that these aliens are originally from Earth. That they're from an ancient civilization that achieved interstellar travel and left the Earth thousands of years ago. Some other planet they go to, and things go terrible for them in the other planet. So they come back to Earth, decide that they want to claim the Earth for their very own. It's a pretty good plot line, huh? I call it Space Jews. Space Jews. All right. It's gonna get worse than that. Hang in there. It's gonna get way worse than that. Then I thought of an idea for a children's book. I actually wrote it. It's coming out soon. The book is designed to help parents teach their children about racism, which, if you're a parent, you know is an impossible concept to teach to a child. But I'm doing it. The book is about a big, strong, beautiful black man with a benign, regular-ass white name. And he has a white speaking voice. So whenever this motherfucker calls to get a reservation at a restaurant, oh, he gets the reservation. That name and that voice, who could resist him? Now, I should tell you, this black man is literally an actual giant. And he's a strong dude. And when he shows up to them restaurants, they see that big, giant black dude, they say, you can't come in here. And they call the police. And in every installment of the book, the police come and they always shoot him. But remember, remember, this guy is a giant. These bullets don't kill him. They don't even hurt him. They just break his heart. It's called Clifford the Big Black Nigger. Anyone? This is my last special because I have an objective tonight. I came here tonight because this body of work that I've done on Netflix, I'm going to complete. All the questions you might have had about all these jokes I've said in the last few years, I hope to answer tonight. I'd like to start by addressing the LGBTQ community directly. And I want every member of that community to know that I come here tonight in peace. And I hope to negotiate the release of the baby. Sad, sad, sad story. The baby was the #1 streaming artist until about a couple weeks ago. He took a nasty spill on stage and said some wild stuff about the LGBTQ community during a concert in Florida. Now, you know I go hard in the paint, but even I saw that shit and was like, God damn, the baby. Ooh, pushed the button, didn't he? He pushed the button, punched the LGBTQ community right in the AIDS. Can't do that. Can't do that. But I do believe, and I'll make this point later, that the kid made a very egregious mistake. I will acknowledge that. But, you know, a lot of the LGBTQ community doesn't know the baby's history. He's a wild guy. He once shot a nigga and killed him in Walmart.
In Walmart?
Oh, this is true. Google it. The baby shot and killed a nigga in Walmart in North Carolina. Nothing bad happened to his career. Do you see where I'm going with this? In our country, you can shoot and kill a nigga, but you better not hurt a gay person's feelings. And this is precisely the disparity that I wish to discuss. I have a question for the audience. And this is a real question. I'm not joking around. Is it possible that a gay person can be racist? Do you really think so? Of course it's possible. Look at Mike Pence. No, I'm guessing, but I bet you he's gay. And he's not Pride Parade gay either. He's sad gay. Feel bad for him. He looks like one of them gays that prays about it. Jesus, please take these dirty feelings out of my heart. Please, Jesus, make these buttholes ugly to me. I want to keep on tasting these dicks. You guys are confusing the emotions. You think I hate gay people, and what you're really seeing is that I am jealous of gay people. Oh, I'm jealous. I'm not the only black person that feels this way. We blacks, we look at the gay community and we go, God damn it, look how well that movement is going. Look how well you are doing. And we've been trapped in this predicament for hundreds of years. How the fuck are you making that kind of progress? I can't help but feel like if slaves had baby oil and booty shorts, we might have been free 100 years sooner, you know what I mean? If Martin Luther King was like, I want everybody to get up on them floats, get your bodies good and shiny. I don't hate gay people at all. I respect the shit out of you. Well, not all of you. I'm not that fond of these newer gays. Too sensitive. Too brittle. Those aren't the gays I grew up with. I miss them old school gays, nigga. Them Stonewall niggas, them the ones that I respect. They didn't take shit from anybody. They fought for their freedom. I respect that shit. I'm not even gay. And I want to be like a Stonewall nigga. Them old school gangster gays, them glory hole niggas, them the ones I like. These new gays don't even know what the glory hole is. It's a hole in the wall the gay contractors built. You wanna know why they put that hole in the wall? I'll tell you, there's no nice way to say it. Because when they want to have some fun, they will put their penises in that hole and hope for the best. I respect that shit. It's a lot of courage on both sides of that hole, nigga. I'm not even gay. And I want to try that glory hole out. What if Martin Luther King had to integrate the glory hole? I don't care if it's black lips back there or white lips back there. A mouth is a mouth. A warm, wet mouth. I'm going all the way. I got in a fight, almost got in a fight. It's complicated. I was in a bar in Austin with my wife, and it was during COVID, and a woman came to our table, and she was maskless. And this bitch came over, no mask, all H words. Hi, how are you? Droplets was coming out of this bitch's face. We all covered our drinks. Oh, bitch, what are you doing? Now, I looked over at the table that she came from, and I peeped game. The men at the table were filming me. This happens when you're famous. People will come over and try to rattle your cage and get you to say something stupid or dumb so that their buddies can film it and they get a video of you embarrassing yourself. And clearly, I said, this is what's happening. And these dumb motherfuckers thought that it was my first rodeo. Sadly, it worked. I ran right over there. I said, I pointed right in the camera. I said, you's a bitch-ass nigga for doing this to me. And the dude was shocked that I said it. He said, oh. And when he did like this, I seen all his fingernails was painted, and I realized, like, uh-oh. This fella's gay. Now, you know how I talk. I call everybody a bitch-ass nigga, you know what I mean? But that's not a right thing to do if they're gay, you know what I mean? And now I was in trouble. And not only that, the motherfucker was huge. He stood up, he was towering over me. He must have been 6'5", a big, white, corn-fed, Texas homosexual. This nigga was ready to fight. And he started barking on me, but I stood my ground. I wasn't scared. How could I be scared? This motherfucker's shirt was tied up in a knot like this. Oh, fuck this guy. Let's go, nigga, let's go. I thought we were gonna come to blows. I was ready, And then, right when you think we would fight, guess what he did? He picked up his phone and he called the police. And this thing I'm describing is a major issue that I have with that community. Gay people are minorities until they need to be white again. I'm being very brutally honest so we can solve this problem. I'm telling you right now, a black gay person would have never done that to me. Because a black gay person knows when the police shows up, they're not gonna care who called them. They don't show up like, which one of you niggers is Clifford? We're all Clifford. This happens far too often. Another time, about 6 years ago, there was a lesbian woman that tried to sell a story about me to TMZ. Thank goodness TMZ could see right through the sham of that story. This woman claimed that I beat her up in a nightclub because she was a lesbian. That is fucking crazy. Bitch, I didn't even know you was a woman. Thank God TMZ didn't believe that. Because I did beat the shit out of her, I'm not gonna lie. It was her fault, I had no choice. I came in the club minding my own business, and a woman came up to me, she goes, oh my God, Dave Chappelle. And I was just being reciprocally nice. Hey, miss, how are you, blah, blah, blah. Benign talk, nothing to it. And all of a sudden, this lesbian fellow stepped between us. Hey, nigga, that's my girl. I said, yo, my man, back up like that. She said, I ain't backing up off shit, nigga, that's my girl. I said, bro, you're gonna have to give me 3 feet like this. She said, stop calling me a man, motherfucker. I'm a woman. I said, what? And then I looked deep in this nigga's cheekbones. I said, oh my God, you are a woman. It was just too much for me to even wrap my mind around. But I tell you what, I unballed my fist immediately, and I softened my posture so that she would know she's in no danger. I even changed the tone of my voice. I said softly, sweetly, like a pimp might say. Bitch, I'm about to slap the shit out of you. I shouldn't have done it. Oh, I wish I didn't say that. She dropped that foot back. Boop, she was in a perfect southpaw stance. Her shoulders were angled correctly. Her head movement was good. I said, oh no! This bitch boxes for real. She threw a wild hook at me, and I saw it coming from yesterday, so I slipped it like this. I had no choice. I had to go to work. I let that jab go. You should have seen me go, nigga. I tenderized them titties like chicken cutlets. I whooped the toxic masculinity out of that bitch. That's why I don't go out no more. Just trying to chill. I'm just trying to live a peaceful life. That's why I live in Ohio. You know, I live in a little town in Ohio. It must be like 3,700 people, small hippie town. Culturally, it might feel like Ann Arbor to you. You know what I mean? Just a bunch of hippies and shit like that. And niggas always ask me, like, Dave, why you live in that hippie town? And I'd be embarrassed to tell them the truth. Do you know why I live there? Because Yellow Springs, Ohio has the most beautiful women in the world. And a lot of people might disagree with me, but you gotta see them for yourself. They're gorgeous. But it all depends on what you're into, you know what I mean? I like white bitches with dirty feet. If I had a strip club in Yellow Springs, I would call that shit strippies. All naked hippies all the time. And I'd only hire girls with long titties and long vagina hair that looks like they slept on it. And I would keep a pile of dirt right next to the stage. I come like, bitch, get your feet in that dirt and get up there and give those people what they came to see. Chalk up, bitch. A couple years ago, I was in Ohio at a shopping mall. An old white lady, this is true, she was following me around the mall, which sounds paranoid, but I'm sure she was following me. Mean lady, too. You ever see a woman with lines on her face that just tell you, like, even if she smiled, it looked like it would hurt the muscles in her face? I knew she was following me because she was at places that had nothing to do with her. I'd be looking around like, what is this old bitch doing in GameStop and Foot Locker and all the places I like to go? Every time I see her, she'd just be looking at me on me. And eventually, I forgot about her. So then after I'm shopping, I go all the way to the back of the parking lot. I'm parked all the way in the back. And as soon as I open my car door, I hear a voice go, David Chappelle. Just like that. I didn't even have to look. I knew it was her. And I looked back, and sure enough, there she was, that face. To be honest with you, she probably wasn't even that old. She's probably around my age. But she was a white woman. This bitch looked terrible. Going all the way. I kept my cool. I was nice. I said, hello, miss. And she didn't say anything back. All she said was, I watch your comedy. I said, uh-oh. And then she says, this is true, she goes, sounds to me like you hate women. I said, well, you know what, miss? It's art. And you're free to interpret this art however you'd like. But I can tell you, as the maker of this art, that I don't believe that I feel that way. And she said, well, I think. And I said, shut up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Before I kill you and put you in the trunk, ain't nobody around here. I'm just kidding, I didn't say that. I felt that way, but that's not what I said. I was more clever than that. You know what I said? And this is exactly what I said. I said, miss, before you finish that statement, let me ask you a question. Where'd you see me? Did you buy a ticket to a concert I did? I doubt that. Or maybe you watched one of my specials on Netflix. Or did I follow you to your car and do my act? She said, what? I said, keep it in the comment section, bitch. This is real life. Ta-ta. And then I drove off. Now, I gotta tell you, and this is gonna surprise some people here, but not everybody. People say things to me all the time, but what you don't know is it does affect me. I think about it. And that one bothered me a lot. I was driving home, couldn't stop thinking about what this woman said because she's not the first woman that said that to me. It's puzzling. You know what I mean? Like, what could I possibly be saying that would make these bitches think I hate women? Couldn't figure it out. So you know what I did? I Googled the dictionary definition of a feminist just to make sure I was talking about the right thing. And do you know, sir, what the dictionary definition of a feminist is? I didn't either. Listen to this. Webster's defines a feminist as a human being, not a woman, a human being that believes in equal rights for women. I'm shocked that that's what that meant. Because by that definition, I would consider myself a feminist. And I didn't even know that at the time. All these years, I thought it meant frumpy dyke. Well, that's who's always talking, to be some chick in overalls. Men are trying to rape us. Ah, not you, bitch. We please. I know. Look, listen. I support the feminist movement. I do, in my own ways. When you guys did the Women's March, I tried to go and support you. And none of my friends would go with me. I asked all the fellas, none of them wanted to go. I tried everything. Come on, y'all, it's gonna be bitches there. They was like, nope. So what I did is I called my friend Ange. Ange is a black woman who's a comedy writer, and she's dope. Matter of fact, she's the only woman that I know personally that pays her ex-husband alimony. And she sounds just like a man when she does it. Fuck that broke motherfucker and all that. She says all that shit. So I hit Ange up. I hit her on the text. And all I did, I texted her. I said, Ange, are you going to the Women's March? And she texted me back, and this is a real text. She said, I hope those white bitches get tear gassed. There's a problem in that feminist movement, isn't there? From its inception in America, there's always been a racial component. When Susan B. Anthony was having that meeting and Sojourner Truth's black ass showed up, read your history books. All them white women asked Sojourner Truth not to speak. They didn't want to conflate the issues of women's rights and slavery. But you know how black bitches are. Sojourner Truth went up there anyway. She did a famous speech. She said, ain't I a woman? Ain't I a woman? That's right. And listen. I supported the Me Too movement, but the whole time, I thought that the way they handled that was stupid. It was white. It was like, they were doing shit like going to the Golden Globes, and all of them would be like, let's all go to the Golden Globes and wear black dresses to give these men a piece of our minds. Bitch, that is not gonna work. You think Martin Luther King's gonna be like, I want everybody to keep riding the bus, but wear matching outfits? You gotta get off the bus and walk. It's real talk. Real talk, that was a silly movement. I want everybody to wear a crocheted pussy hat so they know we're serious. What the fuck was y'all doing? And then I said something about it in one of my specials, and all these women actresses came after me. I said, man, fuck y'all too, you canceled. I ain't jerking off to none of your pictures again. They were like, who is he to tell us anything? I'll tell you exactly who I am. I'm the one that got off the bus and left $50 million on the bus and walked. I agreed with these women. I just didn't agree with what they were doing about. Right. No, it was annoying as fuck. Because if these women were serious, you know what they would have done? They all would have fired their agents. And they would have went to the mailroom of one of these big agencies and found a woman that was busting her hump in there and said, if you want to talk to us, then you have to talk to her. And if they did that, and she would be big, and they would be big, and nobody would get fed to Harvey Weinstein. But did they do that? No. Was that their idea? No. Surprisingly, it was mine. And what I think the feminist movement needs to be very successful is a male leader. I'll do it. I will. I will lead you women to the promised land. I will make sure you get equal pay for equal work. I will make sure that nobody harasses you or fucks with you on the job. I will protect all of your interests. And all that I ask for in return is that you suck my dick. And now we're right back to square one, aren't we? And now we get to the core of the crisis. What is a woman? What is that in this day and time? Is there even such thing as a woman or a man or anything? Seems to be a question nowadays. Now listen, women get mad at me. Gay people get mad at me. Lesbians get mad at me. But I'm gonna tell you right now, and this is true, these transgenders, these niggas want me dead. I've gone too far, I've said too much. And I gotta tell you, I'm very worried about it. I'm not even joking. Every time I come out on stage, I be scared. I be looking around the crowd, searching for knuckles and Adam's apples to see where the threats might be coming from. A nigga came up to me on the street the other day. He said, careful, Dave, they after you. I said, what? One they or many theys? Before I even say anything about that community, you must know, and I hope you all feel the same way, I am not indifferent to the suffering of someone else. There's laws, the mean laws. In our country, North Carolina passed a law once that said a person in North Carolina must use the restroom that corresponds with the gender they were assigned on their birth certificate. No. No, that's not a good law. That's a mean law. No American should have to present a birth certificate to take a shit at Walmart in Greensboro, North Carolina, where the baby shot and killed a motherfucker. You have to ask yourself, if you're thinking about it, who are these laws designed to protect? Like, let's say they designed this law to protect me, my interests. Transphobic comedian Dave Chappelle. And let's say that I'm in Walmart doing a little shopping with my family. Now, I should tell you, if that ever happens in real life, you should know that my dreams didn't work out. But let's say something goes horribly wrong, and there I am in Walmart with the poor whites rummaging around for mediocre goods and services. And then I gotta go to the restroom. So I excuse myself from my family. I go to the men's room. Now I'm standing at the urinal taking a leak. And this is what this law is gonna do. And suddenly, a woman walks into the men's room. I'm gonna be like, that's strange. And then she stands shoulder to shoulder with me at the urinal. I'm gonna be like, bitch, what's going on with you? And then she hikes her skirt up and pulls a real live, meaty dick out. And what do you think I'm gonna say? Thank God she's in here with me. At least now I know my family's safe. No, I'm not gonna feel that way at all. I'm gonna feel very uncomfortable. I would feel better if it was a man with a vagina who backed up to the urinal next to me. I wouldn't even think about that. I'd just be like, that's funny. This guy is peeing out of his butt for some reason. Oh my God, he must be a veteran. Thank you for your service. I'm not indifferent to people suffering because I know it's hard to be everybody. We blacks, we just got our first big holiday in a long time. Happy belated Juneteenth to the blacks. Juneteenth is a strange holiday, isn't it? It commemorates when black people in Texarkana area of the country first found out they were free. But remember, they were free when they found out. They just didn't know it yet. Very, very interesting holiday. You know, I learned something. This is a wild story. I learned this past Juneteenth of a story that's true, and there was a black man who was in South Carolina during slavery who somehow got granted his freedom by his so-called master. And when his master granted him the freedom, he also gave him a plot of land. Now, it turns out this brother was brilliant. He had a good eye, a good knack for farming, and he farmed this plot of land very successfully and made a lot of money. And this is where the story gets crazy. When he got all that money, this nigga bought some slaves. Have you ever heard this before? This is a true story. Not only was he a slave owner, he became a slave breeder and employed tactics that were so cruel, even white slave owners were like, yo, my man. He was a wild dude, but he did it just because that's what successful people did at the time, and he just wanted to be down. What a fucking tragedy. How can a person that went through slavery perpetrate the same evil on a person that looks just like him? It's mind-blowing. And, shockingly, they're making a movie about him. Ironically, it's called Space Jews. Space Jews. The point of that story is this person was invested in a construct That was the construct of successful people, and he just followed the roadmap of successful people. He followed what they call an incentive. Now, everyone struggles, but I'm very invested in the gender construct, personally. As a man with kids and a wife, and I like that warm, wet, soft pussy that my wife has. This does not mean that I feel like another point of view can't exist. I was doing a nightclub in Oakland 16 years ago, and this is the first time that the trans community ever got mad at me that I knew about. And I was nobody. I just quit Chappelle's show. It was like a nothing hole-in-the-wall club, and I was doing some transgender jokes in Oakland. It was 16 years ago. My pronoun game was not as nice as it is today. I went too far. I said things like tranny and shit. I didn't know these words were bad, and a woman stood up and just gave me the business. Started screaming at me, and I'm sure it was a woman. She kept calling me transphobic and all this shit. I'd never even heard these words before. It's really weird. I didn't trip. I just gave security the look like, you know, get that bitch out of here. And I kept it moving. And then she went to the press. And the next day, one of the gay papers wrote all the same things she had said to me about me in the paper. Misquoted the jokes and was calling me transphobic. And again, all these words, I'd never heard them before. But every time that I talked with anybody from that community since, they always repeat the talking points from that article. My least favorite of which being, and I hate this phrase, they say I was punching down on them. Punching down. What the fuck does that mean? Now fast forward, it's 2019. I'm in a restaurant in Ohio, a very nice restaurant. It's Thanksgiving week. And to be honest, it's not a very nice restaurant, but it's a nice restaurant if you're a white person from Ohio that's never been anywhere before. Picture Chili's. I'm sitting in the bar, I'm having a drink by myself, and the only other person in the bar is a woman, a couple stools down, and she was alone, and she was older, and that made me feel sad, because it was the holidays. So I told the bartender, send that woman a drink on me. Just trying to spread the cheer, and I wish I didn't. This woman wanted to talk. She wasn't mean, she was nice, but she just wanted to talk about shit that, you know, I mean, the nigga that's trying to get drunk don't want to hear about this bitch remodeling her bathroom, and I'm sitting there trying to be polite. Oh, subway tiles, word. But then she hits a lick, piqued my interest. She says, my daughter is coming home for the holidays. Oh, that's great news. I'm glad you're not gonna be alone. Then she goes on and on about how great her daughter is. I guess her daughter got a new agent, and she's out in Hollywood, she's in movies and on television and all this stuff. And as she's telling me this, I'm thinking, this woman is so sweet. She probably doesn't even know who I am or what I do for a living. Because I know what your daughter's out in Hollywood doing. And then she goes, would you like to see her picture? Oh, now, I don't want to see this woman's picture, but what am I going to do? I go, okay, yeah, sure, I'd love to see the picture. And I grab the picture, and this is all I say. This is all I say. Oh, she's very beautiful. And as she puts the picture away, she looks mean all of a sudden, like she caught me in some kind of trap. What does that face mean? And then she goes, she's transgender. And I think to myself, oh, this bitch does know who I am. I really resented that trap because that trap doesn't let me be honest. If I was honest, I wouldn't have fallen for it. I just looked at the picture like, ooh, look at that big chiseled jawline, that big thick Joe Rogan neck. Is that a dude? Is your daughter a man? Can't say that shit. It's really annoying. Fast forward, now it's a couple days later. It's the Wednesday for the Thursday that's Thanksgiving, and I'm in a totally different bar. And this bar, trust me, it's not a nice place. It's foul. It's one of those bars where the top shelf should be under the sink. This is where the poor whites drink, the tiki torch whites. You know what I mean? Them white people, they believe in Q and they love Trump. You know what I mean? Like Michigan white people. I remember I was at this bar one time. This is that kind of bar it is. I was in there one time, I was fucked up. And I turned around to everybody in the bar, I go, hey, everybody, I'm gonna buy everyone in the bar around the drinks. And all the motherfuckers like, hoorah! And the bartender knew I was drunk, so she pulled me aside. Mr. Chappelle, are you sure about that? That's going to be $16. Tough time for the whites. And this was a holiday weekend, you know what I mean? These motherfuckers was having a rootin' tootin' time. They was in there partying, making all them noises. Woo! Ow! Yow! You know all them noises white people make before lynching? They was doing all that shit. I was drunk. I looked over my shoulder. I thought I was tripping. I guess who was in the bar? I thought I was seeing things. I looked across the room, and I saw the trans bitch from the picture. I couldn't believe it. I said, what is a trans person doing in a place like this? This is very dangerous behavior. And she was with two big, buff, gay black dudes. I didn't know these dudes, but I know they was gay. If they had a dick in their mouth, they wouldn't look any gayer than they did just sitting there. They had 1980s gay face. You know what that is? Remember in the 80s when gay people look surprised all the time? Close your mouth, nigga. What's surprising? You know what I mean? But they was huge. They looked like Juicy Smouille's trainers. And I'm thinking, man, these motherfuckers in a line of trouble. So what I do is I stand up, and everybody in the bar likes me, so I make a big show of it to make sure that everyone can hear me. I walk right up to her, and I go, hey, I just met your mother the other night, and she told me all the great things you're doing in Hollywood, and I cannot believe that someone from a podunk place like this can achieve all that. I'm so proud of you. Welcome home. And the whole bar said, hoorah. And I said, shh, that ought to buy her some time. You know what I mean? A couple more drinks and these fellas are gonna start asking her for some pussy she might not have. And she was very gracious. She said, thank you so much, and we shook hands, and as she was shaking my hand, her face turned mean, like her mom's. And she said, do you mind not punching down on my people? Oh, I don't like that. Normally I would have let it go, but I was drunk. I said, what might you mean, bitch? I was careful to call her a bitch because I didn't want to blow her cover. Turns out she wasn't hiding. She was loud, she was proud. She let me have it in front of everybody. Screaming at me, all the talking points from that article. You transphobic, this and that. Kept clapping her hands in my face. Let me tell you something. I said, where you learned this from? Black bitches kept doing, let me tell you something, honey. So annoying. She kept calling transgenders her people. Isn't that weird? My people this, my people that. I said, what do you mean your people? Was y'all kidnapped in Transylvania and brought here as slaves? She said, my people have struggled for decades, honey. Decades. And I looked at them gay black dudes like, is there anything you niggas need to tell this bitch? Clifford. I'm exaggerating. She's actually a very nice person, and I'm cool with her now, but boy, that shit got on my nerves. And it got on my nerves because whenever someone says that to me, I know they've never seen me for themselves. They just repeat what they've heard. Any of you who have ever watched me know that I have never had a problem transgender people, if you listen to what I'm saying, clearly, my problem has always been with white people. I have been arguing with the whites my entire career. And just when I thought I had you guys on the ropes, you changed all the rules. Oh, yeah? Yeah, motherfucker. Well, I'm a girl now, nigger, and you must treat me as such. Call me a girl, nigger. It's annoying as fuck. No. Go back tonight after the show. Watch every special I did on Netflix. Listen to everything I ever said about that community. I'll go through them. I said, how much do I have to participate in your self-image? I said, you shouldn't discuss this in front of black people. I said, I know niggas in Brooklyn that wear high heels just to feel safe. I asked you, why is it easier for Bruce Jenner to change his gender than it is for Cassius Clay to change his name? If you listen to what I'm saying, I'm not even talking about them, I'm talking about us, and they don't listen. It's very annoying. And they've canceled people that are more powerful than me. They canceled J.K. Rowling. My God, J.K. Rowling wrote all the Harry Potter books by herself. She sold so many books, the Bible worries about her. And they canceled her because she said in an interview, and this is not exactly what she said, but effectually, she said gender was a fact. And then the trans community got mad as shit. They started calling her a TERF. I didn't even know what the fuck that was. But I know that trans people make up words to win arguments. So I looked it up. TERF is an acronym. Stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminists. This is a real thing. This is a group of women that hate transgender. They don't hate transgender women, but they look at trans women the way we blacks might look at blackface. It offends them. Like, ooh, this bitch is doing an impression of me. Now, I shouldn't speak on this because I am not a woman, nor am I trans. But as we've established, I am a feminist. That's right. I'm Team TERF. I agree, man. Gender is a fact. You have to look at it from a woman's perspective. Look at it like this. Caitlyn Jenner, whom I've met, wonderful person. Caitlyn Jenner was voted Woman of the Year. Her first year as a woman. Ain't that something? Beat every bitch in Detroit, she's better than all of you. Never even had a period. Ain't that something? Oh, I'd be mad as shit if I was a woman. I'd be mad if I was me. If I was in a BET Awards sitting there and they're like, and the winner for Nigger of the Year, Eminem, my man. Gender is a fact. This is a fact. Every human being in this room, every human being on Earth had to pass through the legs of a woman to be on Earth. That is a fact. Now, I am not saying that to say that trans women aren't women. I am just saying that those pussies that they got, you know what I mean? I'm not saying it's not pussy, but that's like beyond pussy or impossible pussy, you know what I mean? It tastes like pussy, but that's not quite what it is it? It's not blood, that's beet juice. Oh, buddy, I'm in trouble now.
Before I go, I want to share this story with you because it's important to this point. I want your community to know that one of the coolest people I ever met was a transgender woman. And this is not a man that I knew that became a woman. This woman was trans when I met her. Lived in San Francisco. Daphne Dorman is her name. I would do 18 shows in the Bay Area, sometimes in Oakland and Dirty Hood nightclub, and she would be there, a white trans woman, laughing loud and hard at everything I said, especially the trans jokes. Very puzzling. Because she was obviously trans. And one night after one of the shows, I met her. And what it was, turns out, it was her dream to be a comedian. And I was her hero. It's very moving. I could not dislike somebody that felt that way about me. We became fast friends. And when I made that special Sticks and Stones, right as it was coming out, I happened to be in San Francisco and I wanted to do a show, but I needed an opening act. And I remembered that trans woman I'd met. So I called her on the phone. And I called her myself. I said, hey, Daphne, this is Dave Chappelle. She couldn't believe it. And I go, I'm in San Francisco. And then she started saying a bunch of wild stuff. I was like, relax. I don't want any pussy. I was, I was calling because I'm doing a show and I need an opening act. And I was wondering if you'd open the show. And she was like, fuck yeah. Now, I didn't know this at the time, but this woman had only done stand-up comedy 8 times in her life. This is little to no experience. And now she's about to open a show for what many call the GOAT. She's an amateur in stature, but in practice, she was very professional. She showed up early, which is something I appreciate, because I like people to be on time. She was dressed to the motherfucking nines. I mean, I'm transphobic, and even I was like, you look nice. Went up on the stage with all the swag of a professional comedian, grabbed that mic and walked right down the middle and looked at the crowd like a gangster. Man, you should have seen her work. This bitch bombed for 45 minutes straight. And I am not exaggerating, young man. That show was terrible. Stunk. Stunk. And then she brings me on, and you know, I was like a glass of water after a handful of salt. The crowd was happy to see me. I was killing it. But here's what impressed me. Any other comedian I've ever seen, if they had bombed as bad as she did, would have snuck out of the back of the theater and went home and cried or something. And she didn't do that. Not only did she not leave, she found a seat right up in front. You know, when a new comedian watches an experienced comedian in comedy, we call this taking class. And this bitch took my whole class. She sat up there and was laughing as hard as she always laughs, as if nothing bad had even happened to her. And I saw her show. Something bad happened to her. She was drunk. So she starts talking to me while I'm on stage, but the way a person would talk to a television when they were alone. She's talking to me like that. That didn't bother me because I knew her, but the crowd didn't like that shit at all because she sucked. And a guy in the back of the room stood up, and Daphne's hair was dyed blonde at the time, and the guy screamed out, and his energy felt wild as fuck. He said, "Hey, Daphne!" And everybody kind of clamped, like got tense. We didn't know if it was a heckler or active shooter. And he said, "Does the carpet match the drapes?" Yeah, it was fucked up. The whole crowd kind of groaned because it was so, like, mean. Everybody groaned, except for Daphne. She kind of laughed, which was weird. And she didn't even look all the way back. She said, "Sir, I don't have carpets. I have hardwood floors." Just like that. Just like that. And boy, when she said that shit, it blew the roof off the place. Cut through all the tension. With that one joke, she made up for 45 minutes of a stinker of a show. And after that, she could do no wrong. And I kept on rocking. She kept on talking to me. And then the show became something cooler than a show. It just became like a conversation between a black man and a white trans woman, and we started getting to the bomber shit. All them questions that you think about that you'd be afraid to ask, I was just asking them, and she was answering them, and her answers were funny as shit. The crowd was falling out of their chairs. And at the end of the show, I go, oh, Daphne, I said, well, that was fun. I go, I love you to death, but I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. The whole crowd laughed, except for Daphne. Now she looks at me like I'm not her friend anymore. Like I'm something bigger than me, like I'm the whole world in a guy. And she said, I don't need you to understand me. I said, what? She said, I just need you to believe, just like this, she goes, that I'm having a human experience. And when she said it, the whole crowd kind of gasped. And I gave her the Fight Club look. I said, I believe you, bitch. Because she didn't say anything about pronouns. She didn't say anything about me being in trouble. She said, just believe I'm a person and I'm going through it. You know, I believe you because it takes one to know one. Then I told the crowd good night, and they start going crazy. And before the applause gets to its crescendo, I say, and don't forget my opening act, Daphne. The crowd stood up, and I looked at her, and tears came out of her eyes. She couldn't believe it was happening. I couldn't believe it was happening because her show stunk. And it was a great night. I remember the late, great Paul Mooney was there, a bunch of fly-ass comedy niggas was there. And we all went backstage and was just drinking and talking shit and laughing, and Daphne stole the room. She had everyone cracking up, spinning the yarn, telling us all these crazy stories about shit she be into. We all laughing real hard, and then she's telling us, and everyone's laughing. I'm looking around, I'm like, oh my God, she is funny. I pulled her aside and I said, you're hilarious. I didn't know that when you were on stage. I said, you're doing some things wrong, but I can help you. I said, anytime I'm in San Francisco, why don't you open the show for me, and I'll just try to give you some pointers, see if you can't work this thing out. And she said, are you serious? I was like, yeah. And she grabbed me real tight, hugged me, squeezed me, and I pushed her off violently, because I'm transphobic. I said, boundaries, bitch! When Sticks and Stones came out, a lot of people in the trans community were furious with me, and apparently they dragged me on Twitter. I don't give a fuck, because Twitter's not a real place. And the hardest thing for a person to do is go against their tribe if they disagree with their tribe, but Daphne did that for me. She wrote a tweet that was very beautiful, and what she said was, it was almost exactly what she said. She said, punching down on someone requires you to think less of them. And I know him, and he doesn't. He doesn't punch up, he doesn't punch down, he punches lines, and he's a master at his craft. That's what she said. Beautiful tweet. Beautiful friend. That took a lot of heart to defend me like that. And when she did that, the trans community dragged that bitch all over Twitter. For days, they was going in on her, and she was holding her own because she's funny. But 6 days after that wonderful night I described to you, my friend Daphne killed herself. Oh, yeah. It's a true story. My heart was broken. Yeah, it wasn't the jokes. I don't know if it was them dragging her. I don't know what's going on in her life, but I bet dragging her didn't help. I was very angry at them. I was very angry at her. I felt like Daphne lied to me. She always says she identified as a woman, and then one day she goes up to the roof of a building and jumps off and kills herself. Clearly, only a man would do some gangster shit like that. Hear me out. As hard as it is to hear a joke like that, I'm telling you right now, Daphne would have loved that joke. That's why she was my friend. I was reading her obituary, and I found out she was survived by a daughter. And the moment I found that out, and this is true, Anderson Cooper from CNN texted me. And all he said was very nice. He said, "I'm sorry to hear about your friend." And I texted him right back, "New phone, who this?" He said, "It's Anderson Cooper." I said, "Oh," I said, "Anderson." I go, "Look, I need to find her family." And he texted me right back with all the phone numbers and all this information. I say this to say, if you ever want to know about anything gay, call Anderson Cooper from CNN. This nigga is faster than Google. And what I did is I got in touch with her family and I started a trust fund for her daughter, because I know that's all she ever really cared about. And I don't know what the trans community did for her, but I don't care, because I feel like she wasn't their tribe. She was mine. She was a comedian in her soul. Her daughter is very young, but I hope to be alive when she turns 21, because I'm going to give her this money myself. And by then, I'll be ready to have the conversation that I'm not ready to have today. But I'll tell that little girl, "Young lady, I knew your father." And he was a wonderful woman. Empathy is not gay. Empathy is not black. Empathy is bisexual. It must go both ways. It must go both ways. Remember, taking a man's livelihood is akin to killing him. I'm begging you, please do not abort the baby. Kevin Hart dreamt his entire life of hosting the Oscars, and when he finally got the job, they just took it. It's not fair. They didn't kill him. Kevin's a strong guy. But I'm sure it broke old Clifford's heart. It's over. LBGTQ, LMNOP, QIZ, it is over. I am not telling another joke about you until we are both sure that we are laughing together. I'm telling you, this is done. I'm done talking about it. All I ask from your community, with all humility, will you please stop punching down on my people? Thank you very much, and good night.
I just walked in to find you here with that sad look
I was dreaming when I wrote this. Forgive me if it goes astray. But when I woke up this morning, could have sworn it was Judgment Day. Sky was all purple, there were people running everywhere. And this is the bar of the whole song. Prince say, trying to run from my destruction, you know I didn't even care. Good people of Atlanta, we must never forget that Anthony Bourdain killed himself. Anthony Bourdain had the greatest job that show business ever produced. This nigga flew around the world and ate delicious meals with outstanding people. That man, with that job, hung himself in a luxury suite in France. They say 2000 party over, oops, out of time. So tonight I'm gonna party like it's 1999. I knew a nigga in high school that was an urban genius. This motherfucker's grades was so good, he got all the way from the hood to an Ivy League school with a full scholarship. From there, the motherfucker got himself into one of the best law schools in the country. And when he was in law school, he met a woman, and they fell in love. And they were gonna get married. I remember him telling me about it. He was home for Christmas, and I told him, I said, my man, save that bitch for later in your life. But he's in love. He didn't listen to me. He married her while he was in law school. And sadly, they got divorced while he was in law school. He was a street nigga from the hood. This man had nothing. And that bitch took half of that. And then I just never saw him again for years. And then 2 years ago, I was home in D.C. doing some shopping, trying to buy my sons some socks at Foot Locker. I go to Foot Locker, guess who's the manager? That nigga. Dressed like a referee, the whole shit. This motherfucker is 45 years old. We went out drinking that night, just trying to catch up, and he told me, he said he's been living with his mother for like 10 years, just trying to get back on his feet. But that's not the point of the story. The point of the story is, never occurred to this nigga to kill himself. He's alive and well in D.C. I even suggested to him that he should try it out. Like, I don't know, nigga, he might, Nobody's life is perfect. No matter what it looks like from the outside, you don't know what the fuck's going on inside. I have a great life, but it's not a perfect life. But it's good. My shit's like an above ground pool. You ever seen one of them? Yeah, it's a pool. So in that spirit, tonight, I thought I'd start my show a little differently. Tonight, I'm gonna do something that I'm not particularly good at, but that I like to do. Tonight, I'm gonna try some impressions out. I only got 2. All right, the first impression's kind of dumb, but I like it. This is my impression. You ready? This is my impression of the founding fathers of America when the Constitution was being written. You ready? Here it goes. Hurry up and finish that Constitution, nigger. I'm trying to get some sleep. It's not bad, right? All right, the next one.
The next one's a little harder. I want to see if you can guess who it is I'm doing an impression of. All right, let me get into character. You gotta guess who it is, though. Okay, here it goes. Hey, if you do anything wrong in your life, and I find out about it, I'm gonna try to take everything away from you. And I don't care when I find out. Could be today, tomorrow, 15, 20 years from now. If I find out, you're fucking finished. Who's that? That's you. That's what the audience sounds like to me. That's why I don't be coming out doing comedy all the time, because y'all niggas is the worst motherfuckers I've ever tried to entertain in my fucking life. Oh. I'm goddamn sick of it. This is the worst time ever to be a celebrity. You're gonna be finished. Everyone's doomed. Michael Jackson has been dead for 10 years, and this nigga has 2 new cases. And if you haven't watched that documentary, then I'm begging you, don't watch it. It's fucking gross. I felt like HBO was sticking baby dicks in my ears for 4 hours straight. Really nasty shit. I don't want to know all these things. Turns out, Michael Jackson allegedly likes a long gander at the anus. So they said he stares at people's buttholes. That's what they said. That's how gross the documentary was. I'm gonna say something that I'm not allowed to say. But I gotta be real. I don't believe these motherfuckers. I do not believe it. But let me qualify the statement. I am what's known on the streets as a victim blamer. You know what I mean? Somebody come up to me like, Dave, Chris Brown just beat up Rihanna. I'll be like, well, what did she do? Dave, Michael Jackson was molesting children. Well, what were those kids wearing at the time? I don't think he did it. But you know what? Even if he did do it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, it's Michael Jackson. I know more than half the people in this room have been molested in their lives. But it wasn't no goddamn Michael Jackson, was it? This kid got his dick sucked by the king of pop. All we get is awkward Thanksgivings for the rest of our lives. You know how good it must have felt to go to school the next day after that shit? Hey, Billy, how was the weekend? How was my weekend? Michael Jackson sucks my dick. And that was my first sexual experience. If I'm starting here, then sky's the limit. I know it seems harsh, but man, somebody's got to teach these kids. There's no such thing as a free trip to Hawaii. He's gonna want to look at your butthole or something. You know why I don't believe it? You know why I don't believe it? Because if Michael Jackson's out here doing all this molesting, then why not Macaulay Culkin? Macaulay Culkin said in an interview that Michael Jackson never did anything inappropriate with him or even around him. Think about that shit. You know, I'm not a pedophile. But if I was, Macaulay Culkin's the first kid I'm fucking, I'll tell you that right now. I'd be a goddamn hero. Hey, that guy over there fucks a kid from Home Alone. And you know how hard he is to catch. My mind's telling me no. Okay, R. Kelly is different. I mean, you know, if I'm a betting man, I'm gonna put my money on he probably did that shit. I'm pretty sure he did that shit. You know, it was bad, okay, so a couple years ago, I was doing a show in Detroit, and I'm sitting backstage in my dressing room. A friend of mine comes by, this chick, Dream Hampton. Dream tells me, right before I'm going on stage, she goes, Dave, I'm working on a documentary about R. Kelly. Would you like to be in it? And I was like, nah, bitch, I'm cool. I went on stage, I just forgot about the shit. And then 2 years later, the documentary comes out, Surviving R. Kelly. And when it comes out, Dream's promoting the shit, and she keeps bringing me up. She said, I asked Dave Chappelle to be in my documentary, and he said it was too hot for TV. Bitch, I did not say that. It does not even sound like how I talk. Oh, that's too hot for TV? I would never say that shit. But I'm gonna tell you guys why I wasn't in the documentary. There's a very simple reason, and I cannot stress this point enough. The only reason that I didn't do it was because, and it's very important, I don't know this nigga at all. I don't know anything. I don't know anything that they don't tell me about. I don't hang out with this nigga, nothing. So what the fuck do I gotta be in the documentary for? This guy, R. Kelly, got another sex tape out now. Can you believe that shit? This guy makes more sex tapes than he does music. He's like the DJ Khaled of sex tapes. Another one. Like, damn, nigga. It's a lot of tapes. The new one's so bad that they didn't even show it. I've never seen anything like this. The prosecutor in Chicago came out in a press conference and read to the media a transcript of a sex tape. Have you ever heard of such a thing? This nigga read the sex tape. And it was so bad that R. Kelly sounded guilty in the transcripts. It's fucking amazing. 16 times the girl's age was mentioned. Isn't that crazy? This motherfucker's an idiot. He was fucking her like, yeah, this is the best 14-year-old pussy I've ever had in my life. And she was like, you like this 14-year-old pussy? He's like, oh yeah, I love this 14. I'm like, man, you need to shut the fuck up. You gotta give your lawyer something to work with. You're supposed to be on the tape like, this is the best 36-year-old pussy I've ever had in my life. And then your lawyer gonna be like, Your Honor, clearly my client thought that this woman was 36, as he mentioned some 16 times in the tape. They gonna know you lying though, you know what I mean? Everybody knows no such thing as good 36-year-old pussy. Doesn't matter what I say. And if you at home watching this shit on Netflix, remember, bitch, you clicked on my face. Celebrity hunting season. Doesn't matter what I say, they're gonna get everybody eventually. Like, look, I don't think I did anything wrong, but we'll see. They even got poor Kevin Hart. Can you imagine such a thing? Kevin Hart, let me tell you something. It was Kevin Hart's dream to host the Oscars. That's what he told me. And I remember when he told me, because I was thinking to myself, well, that's an awfully strange dream for an African American. Kind of nigga dreams of hosting the Oscars. Kevin did, that's who. And he did it. Against all the odds, Kevin became the most famous comedian this world has ever seen, and he got the job that only one black man before him had had. He was gonna host the 80th Oscars. And I don't know what you know about Kevin, but I know Kevin Hart is damn near perfect. As close to perfect as anybody I've ever seen. In fact, Kevin is precisely 4 tweets shy of being perfect. 10 years ago, Kevin had made some very homophobic comments. And I'm not gonna repeat what he said, because this is Atlanta. You know what I mean. I'm sure there's a lot of gay men here tonight with their wives. Far be it from me to offend anybody. All right, I'll tell you what he said. But just remember, these were not my words. These were Kevin's words. And it was a long time ago. And I'm paraphrasing because I'm not good at telling other people's jokes. Okay, Kevin said that if his little son was demonstrating or exhibiting homosexual behavior around the house, that he'd chastise him. He'd say, hey, that's gay. And then he said he would smash a dollhouse over that child's head. Ooh, the gay community was furious. And I don't blame them. I got a lot of gay friends. And all of them, 100% of them, all have told me fucking horror stories about the shit they had to go through just to be themselves. Crazy, crazy stories. And in all those stories, I gotta say, not one of them has ever mentioned anything like their father smashing a fucking dollhouse over their head. Because clearly Kevin was joking. Think about it. You would have to buy this nigga a dollhouse to break it over his head in the first place. Does that sound right? Is anybody gonna do that? The gay community was upset, and then they put so much pressure on the Academy of Motion Pictures and Sciences that they went to Kevin and said, if you don't apologize to that community, then you cannot host these Oscars. And then Kevin said, fuck it, I quit. And then he went on every talk show in America and apologized for 6 weeks. Kevin fucked up. I understand the mistake he made because I've made the same mistake early in my career. This is many years ago, 15 years ago. It's when I was doing Chappelle's show. There's a, thank you. On network television, they have a department that's called Standards and Practices. This is the department that tells you what you can and cannot say on television. And if you're doing your job well, you should never hear from them. But if you're making Chappelle's show, you'll hear from these motherfuckers all the time. And remember, this was 15 years ago. I made a mistake. I didn't even know I had done anything wrong. I had written a sketch that had the word faggot in it. So I had to go to Standards and Practices. They called me up. I don't know why they're calling me, but I like the lady that runs the department. She's usually really fair and was one of my favorite people I've ever worked with. So she sits me down, we have a nice conversation. She tells me, oh, the sketches are great. I go, oh, fantastic. Well, then why am I here? She said, because David, there's no way that you can ever say the word faggot on our network. I didn't know I did anything wrong. I didn't try to defend myself. I said, all right, fuck it, I'll take it out. Have a good afternoon. And as I was leaving, it occurred to me, hey, Renee, quick question. It's just a question. Seriously, I want to know, like, why is it that I can say the word nigger with impunity? But I can't say the word faggot. And she said, because, David, you are not gay. I said, well, Renee, I'm not a nigger either. But you see, what I didn't realize at the time and what Kevin had to learn the hard way is we were breaking an unwritten and unspoken rule of show business. And if I say it, you'll know that I'm telling you the truth. The rule is that no matter what you do in your artistic expression, you are never, ever allowed to upset the alphabet people. You know who I mean. Those people that took 20% of the alphabet for themselves. I'd say the letters, but I don't want to conjure their anger. It's too late now. I'm talking about them L's and them B's and them G's and the T's. People be surprised. I have friends, all kinds of letters. Everybody loves me and I love everybody. I got friends who are L's, I got friends who are B's, and I got friends who are G's. But the T's hate my fucking guts. And I don't blame them. It's not their fault, it's mine. I can't stop telling jokes about these niggas. I don't want to write these jokes, but I just can't stop. You know, you hear all those letters together all the time, LBGT, LBGT, and you think it's just one big movement. It's not. All those letters are their own movement. They just travel in the same car together. And my guess is, what is this, high school? This nigga probably got a babysitter or something. Go on and answer your phone, nigga. Just get that shit out of here. I'm in the middle of something important. Wouldn't it be funny if we made fun of him and he was like, and he went outside like, hello? Mama's dead. Oh no! Mama's dead. That was a weird time phone call, wasn't it? It's like his phone is gay. Like I was saying, my guess is the G's are driving that car. That makes sense to me, because there's white men in the G's. And these people are trying to get around discrimination and oppression. And you know how white dudes are. We know these roads. In fact, we built these roads. The rest of you buckle up, we'll get you to where you want to go. So the G's are just driving the car. Of course, next to the G's in the passenger seat is the L's. Everybody likes the L's, except for the G's. I don't know what that's about. I just know the G's don't like them that much. The G's always say like little subliminal digs on them. It's unnecessary shit. It's not mean, but you know what I mean? They just be like, I wouldn't wear that. The only thing that breaks the tension between the L's and the G's are the B's in the back seat. That's right, there you go. Everybody scream out when you hear your letter. If it's one thing that the L's and the G's agree on, is that the B's are fucking gross. They seem greedy to the L's and the G's, you know what I mean? They're just sitting in the back seat like, yeah, man, I'll fuck anybody in this car. What's going on, man? And sitting next to the B's, all the way in the back seat by themselves, looking out the window. That's the T's. Everybody in the car respects the T's, but everyone also resents the T's. It's not the T's' fault, but everyone in the car just feels like the T's are making the trip take longer. Anything the T's say gets on everybody's nerves. And then the T's don't even say anything bad. They just be in the back talking to themselves. I'm hot. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, okay? Just roll the window down, you bitch. I don't know what you... What? Just said I was hot. Could you pull over at the next exit? I need to use the restroom. There is not a restroom for you for 4 states, nigga. Will you just shut the fuck up so we can get where we're going? And just when that car can't get any more tense, the Q's are a hitchhiker that they pick up on the road. Some white dude in booty shorts is walking down the freeway. G's see him. That guy might be one of us. Hey, are you okay? You need some help? And he come over there with them booty shorts leaning on the window. Hey, what's going on, fellas? Lady. Whatever pronoun makes you feel comfortable in the back. Yeah. I don't really know where I'm going. I don't know if I'm gay or I'm straight or whatever. All I know for sure is that I really want to get in this car. And they make him get in and sit in between the B's and the T's. I feel bad for T's, but they're so confusing. And it's not all my fault. I feel like they need to take some responsibility for my jokes. Because I didn't come up with this idea on my own. This idea that a person can be born in the wrong body. But they have to admit, that's a fucking hilarious predicament. It's really fucking funny. And if it happened to me, you'd laugh, wouldn't you? That wouldn't be funny if it happened to me? I think it would be. What if it did? What if I was Chinese, but born in this nigga body? That's not funny. And for the rest of my life, I had to go around making that face. Hey, everybody, I'm Chinese! And everyone get mad. Stop making that face. That's offensive. What? This is how I feel inside.
hard not to write these jokes. It's hard not to think about. Even when I watch sports, I be thinking about, like think about, okay, say LeBron James changed his gender. You know what I mean? Okay, can he stay in the NBA, or, because he's a woman, does he have to go to the WNBA where he will score 840 points a game? What does it actually mean to be equal? You know what I mean? Like, if women are actually equal to men, then there would be no WNBA, would there? You would just be good enough to play in the NBA with us. Or, here's another idea that's gonna be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, ladies, I got a fucking Me Too headache. Y'all is killing me right now. It's really fucking tough to watch what's going on. You know, ladies, I said it in my last special, and I got in a lot of trouble for this. I told you were right. But the way you're going about it is not going to work. But I'm biased. I said it. Louis C.K. was a very good friend of mine before he died in that terrible masturbation accident. And it was his room. You read the story. He was masturbating in his own room. That's where you're supposed to masturbate. And then he said, hey, everybody, I'm gonna pull my dick out. Nobody ran for the door or nothing like that. They all just kind of hung out like, I wonder if this guy's serious. And he came on his own stomach. There it is. What is the threat? Have any women ever seen a guy that just came on his own stomach? This is the least threatening motherfucker the earth has ever seen. All you see is shame in their face and cum dripping down like pancake butter. He didn't do anything that you can call the police for. I dare to try. Call the police on him. Hello, police? Yes, I am on the other line with comedian Louis C.K., and I think that he is masturbating while I'm on the phone. You know what the police are gonna say in Atlanta? Well, what are you guys talking about? They ruined this nigga's life, and now he's coming back playing comedy clubs, and they acting like if he's able to do that, that's gonna hurt women. What the fuck is your agenda, ladies? Is sexism dead? No, in fact, the opposite happened. I said it was gonna get worse, and they said I was tone deaf. But 8 states, including your state, have passed the most stringent anti-abortion laws this nation has seen since Roe v. Wade. I told you. I'll be real with you, and I know nobody gives a fuck what I think anyway. I'm not for abortion. Oh, shut up, nigga. I'm not for it, but I'm not against it either. It all depends on who I get pregnant. I don't care, I'm tell you right now, I don't care what your religious beliefs are or anything. If you have a dick, you need to shut the fuck up on this one. Seriously. This is theirs. The right to choose is their unequivocal right. Not only do I believe they have the right to choose, I believe that they shouldn't have to consult anybody, except for a physician, about how they exercise that right. Gentlemen, that is fair. And ladies, to be fair to us, I also believe if you decide to have the baby, a man should not have to pay. That's fair. If you can kill this motherfucker, I can at least abandon him.
It's my money, my choice. And if I'm wrong, then perhaps we're wrong. So figure that shit out for yourselves. I mean, really, y'all, what the fuck are we doing? I can't live in this new world you're proposing. And meanwhile, while we're worrying about all this other shit, look at what's happening. They just killed another 12 people in a mass shooting in Virginia Beach. This shit's happening every week. It happens so much, I don't care anymore. I came home early from the road. I had a $12,000 suit on, because life's been going good. And I got home early, and dinner was cooking. You ever come home when dinner's cooking? Doesn't that smell good? And my son saw me, and he was like, Dad's home. And he got up from the table and ran over to give me a hug, but he had chicken grease all over his face. So I stiffed on him like, yo, my man. Wash these threads, son. This is an expensive suit. I don't want you to get the chicken grease all over me. And he was like, what the chicken grease? Dad, this is duck. A tear came out of my eyes. I never dreamt I'd do so well in life that I'd raise a nigga with duck grease all over his face. And we sat down, we just talked about everything. I was telling my wife about how my shows were going, and I told her my trans jokes, and she was like, oh, I hate that joke. And you know why she hates the joke? Because she's Asian. But you know what I mean? I don't make that face at the house unless we're really fighting. And me and her, like, we weren't arguing, but you know what I mean? She was just like, you need to stop doing that. And then I tried to change the subject. I go, how is school going, boys? And my sons tell me, well, we didn't have school today, technically. I'm like, well, what's going on? He said, well, there was like a school shooting drill. I never heard of this. You know what this is? They have drills that they make kids do where they practice what to do if somebody comes to shoot up their school. I'd never heard that before. I was like, what the fuck? Then I had to tell my sons the truth. I didn't want to tell them this shit. Son, listen to me. Fuck that drill. If somebody comes to your school and wants to shoot it up, I'm just gonna be honest with you. You probably gonna get shot, nigga. I'm just being real. You got a famous dad. I talk a lot of shit. They gonna be gunning for you, little buddy. Just stay low and run in a zigzag pattern, and don't try to save anybody, son. Do you understand me? Why would you have kids rehearse for some shit they have no control over? All you're doing is training these kids to worry. It's the stupidest drill I've ever heard of. And while you're in there training them during these drills, well, aren't you training the shooter too? This nigga's in here listening and learning like the other kids. Sit in the back. Where are we supposed to meet? If you're a parent, this shit is terrifying. This shit is real scary. All the parents is looking at each other crazy. Because we know as parents that one of us is raising the shooter. Just don't know which one of us it is. All we know for sure is that if you're a white parent, the chances that it's you is exponentially higher than the rest of us. And shooting up school is a white kid's game. It's fucking crazy. You know, I hated school too. It never occurred to me. Kill everybody in school? It's fucking crazy. Just do what I did, nigga. Try some things. Have you skipped school, nigga? Skip school. Take a walk and meet some other kids. Fuck school, nigga. Try drugs. Have you tried drugs out, nigga? That might... Some scary shit. I've given this a lot of thought. I don't see any peaceful way to disarm America's whites. There's only one thing that's gonna save this country from itself. The same thing that always saves this country from itself. And that is African Americans. Right. And I know the question that a lot of y'all have in your minds is, should we do it? Yeah, fuck yeah, we should do it. Listen, no matter what they say or how they make you feel, remember, this is your country too. It is incumbent upon us to save our country. And you know what we have to do. This is a fucking election year. We gotta be serious. Every able-bodied African American must register for a legal firearm. That's the only way they'll change the law. I hate guns, personally. I can't stand them. Yeah, but I have several. I don't want them, but I feel like I need them. Don't forget where I live. I live in Ohio. And anyone that knows anything about Ohio knows that even the word Ohio is an old Native American word. It means, literally, land of poor white people. And I don't know what's going on down here, but in my experience, poor white people love, and I mean they fucking love, heroin. They can't seem to get enough of it. I didn't even know what I was looking at first. I was just driving like, why are all these white people so sleepy out here? These things. It's really bad. As a matter of fact, I was coming out of a nightclub the other night in Dayton, and I'd parked my car in the alley, and no one was out there. I didn't have no bodyguards or nothing. I was home. I figured everything was fine. And as soon as I opened my car door, all by myself, suddenly, one of these heroin-addicted whites just pops out of a trash can. It scared the shit out of me. I screamed, ah! And then I realized it was a woman. She was fucked up. She said, hey man, relax, okay? I'm sick, all right? I need some drugs, man. Please, I'll suck your dick for $5, man. I was like, ugh. 2. Obviously, I'm joking. This opioid crisis is a crisis. I see it every day. It's as bad as they say. It's ruining lives, it's destroying families. Sadly, you know what it reminds me of, seeing it? It reminds me of us. These white folks look exactly like us during the crack epidemic. You know, it's really crazy to see. And all this shit they talk about on the news about how divided the nation is, I don't believe it. I feel like nowadays we're getting a real good look at each other. It's wild because I even have insight into how the white community must have felt watching the black community go through the scourge of crack. Because I don't care either. Hang in there, whites. Just say no. What's so hard about that? Remember when y'all said that to us? But it's okay. There's no grudges. Now you finally got it right. Once it started happening to your kids, you realize it's a health crisis. These people are sick. They are not criminals. They are sick. Be that as it may, I'm armed to the teeth. First gun I bought was a 12-gauge shotgun. I didn't want the gun. Remember, though, I'd moved to a farm, and I was sitting there on the porch, and I see a white dude walking across my property, entitled, like he's supposed to be there. He had a rifle over his shoulder, too. Ain't that a bitch? I said, what the fuck is this guy doing on my property? I was mad as shit, but I was unarmed. So I ended up just waving to this motherfucker like a bitch. I was just like, and as soon as he got far enough away, I ran to my car and sped to Kmart. This is in a rural white area. And remember, I was nervous because the guy was on my property, I'm black, and I was sweaty. You know what I mean? And I ran to the gun counter, black and sweaty, sweating and black, and I looked up at the nigga, I was like, I look like a slave or something. I said, I need a gun, immediately, like that. Just like that. The guy didn't answer, no questions. He just grabbed a 12-gauge shotgun, handed it to me. I'd never even held a gun before. I'm not a dummy. I'm like, well, I need some bullets too. And the guy reached under the counter, put 2 box of shells on the counter. He said, all right, buddy, which box do you want? And I didn't know. One box had a picture of some ducks on it. The other box had a picture of some deer. I said, well, what's that box with them ducks? He said, oh, that there's birdshot. And then he goes just like this, I'm not exaggerating, he goes, that won't kill a man. He said, it'll just pepper him up nicely. I said, what the fuck? Pepper? You know what it means to pepper a motherfucker up? It means that when the shell explodes, hot BBs will shoot out of the barrel of the gun, not killing a motherfucker, but penetrating their skin and shallow flesh. Boy, that's gotta hurt. Hot BBs? Ha ha! Remember when Dick Cheney shot a motherfucker in the face and he lived? That was birdshot. I said, well, what's that box with the deer on it? He goes, oh, that there's buckshot. That'll put a hole in the goddamn truck if you wanted to. So which box do you want? And he picked the one with the deer up and shook it. I thought he was trying to trick me. I was like, do you have a box with a picture of a white dude trespassing on it? Because it's exactly the strength I'm looking for. But I didn't know that if you're defending your home with a shotgun, the formula dictates that you're supposed to buy both boxes. This was not a formula that I was familiar with. It goes like this. The 6 shots in a 12-gauge shotgun, so when you load the gun, you load it like this. First shot, bird shot. Next shot, buck shot. Bird shot, and then after that, gun's Jamaican. Buckshot, buckshot, buckshot. You gotta picture it, okay? Like say I'm in bed and I'm sleeping, and suddenly my wife wakes me up. David, wake up. And I'm like, oh, look who's come around. And I pull my dick over the top of my pajamas. And she says, no, I hear something. I go, oh, this bitch. So I get up out of bed, grab the gun. I say, wait here, baby, I'll go check it out. Just lock the door behind me. Oh my God, she's right there in the kitchen is a heroin-addicted white, and he's digging through the change jar by the door. I worked really hard for that change. I gotta do something. So first, I racked the shotgun. Hey, motherfucker, click clack. That's a test. That click clack sound will stop a rational human being in their tracks. But sure enough, this person is not rational. They're sick on drugs. They're digging in the change. I gotta act fast. This nigga's almost got $1.50. I warned you, birdshot. And there it goes. Hot BBs will permeate his yellow heroin skin. Remember, I'm not killing him. I'm just peppering him up nice. He lets out a heroin scream. And that should be the end of it. But, uh-oh, I miscalculated. While he's on the ground screaming, I noticed that his teeth are horribly miscolored. That's not heroin at all, is it? That's crystal meth. He pops right back up unscathed. Roar! Time for the heavy stuff. Clack, clack, buckshot! And then if you got a friend with him, I got one more bird shot left, and I repeat the cycle. After that, nigga, it's slugs for everybody. And I'll be in a kitchen full of dying heroin addicts, saying stupid heroin last words. You shot me, bro. Oh, it hurts, man. It hurt. The last words are always the dumbest words. Why is your dick out? I'm just afraid of being attacked. Happens to the best of us. Don't ever forget what happened to that French actor. You know what I'm talking about? Juicy Smouillet. He's a very famous French actor. Y'all never heard of Juicy Smouillet? Juicy Smouillet is an actor from France. And he became famous on a show called Empire. One night, he was in Chicago late at night and was the victim He was the victim of a racist and homophobic attack. You see, Juicy Smouillet is gay and he is black, not just French. Oh, it was a crazy story. Apparently, when he was walking down the street late at night, two white men came out of the shadows with MAGA hats on and beat him up. Tied a rope around his neck, called him all kinds of niggas, and put some bleach on him and ran off into the night. This shit was like international news. And everybody was furious, especially in Hollywood. It's all over everybody's Twitter feed and Instagram page. Justice for Juicy and all this shit. The whole country was up in arms. It was talking about it all the time on the news. And for some reason, African Americans, we were like oddly quiet. We were so quiet about this shit that the gay community started accusing African American community of being homophobic for not supporting him. What they didn't understand is that we were supporting him with our silence. Because we understood that this nigga was clearly lying. None of these details added up at all.
He said he's walking down the street in Chicago and white dudes come up to him and say, hey man, aren't you that faggot nigger from Empire? Fuck? Does that sound like how white people talk? No white people, they don't talk like that. Are you that faggot nigga from Empire? They would never say that. It sounds like something that I would say. If you're racist and homophobic, you're not even gonna know who this nigga is. You can't watch Empire. Black people never feel sorry for the police, but this time we even felt sorry for the police. Can you imagine if you was a police veteran taking this kid's police report? Okay, Mr. Smouye, please tell me what happened. All right, 2 a.m. You left the house at 2 a.m. It's minus 16 degrees. All right. You were walking. You were walking. All right. And where were you going? Subway. Sandwiches? That's when the men approached you? Did you see them? Do you have any? Okay, what do they have on? MAGA hats. MAGA hats on in Chicago. Excuse me 1 second, Mr. Smouye. Frank, come here for a second. Find out where Kanye West was last night. Such a fucking outrageous story. He said they put a rope around his neck. Has anyone here ever been to Chicago? All right, so you've been there. Now tell me, how much rope do you remember seeing? Who the fuck is carrying rope? Like, when did you get mugged, nigga, in 1850? Who's got rope? Who's got rope? Man, that shit was awful. So, okay, I'm doing a show somewhere, and I'm on stage, and I was a little drunk, you know. And I figured, fuck it, let me talk about that nigga a little bit. I figured to be safe, because, you know, everybody's phones are locked up. And I went in on this kid. I was talking all kinds of shit. Now, I didn't know that there was a journalist in the audience. And unfortunately for me, that motherfucker took impeccable notes. He told everybody everything I said. He was even putting the jokes in the headline. The headline said, Dave Chappelle says he wants to smash a dollhouse over Juicy Smouye's head. And I thought for sure when I read that headline, I said, well, that's it for me. I'm canceled. But lucky for me, that very same day, the Chicago police caught the motherfuckers that actually did it. And hilariously, they were both Nigerian. Not only were they not white, they were very, very black. They were Nigerian, which is the funniest shit. The whole story is funnier now. This is MAGA country, you faggot nigga. You faggot nigga. If you're in a group that I made fun of, then just know that I probably will only make fun of you if I see myself in you. I make fun of poor white people because I was once poor. And I know that the only difference between a poor black person and a poor white person is that a poor white person feels like it's not supposed to be happening to them. Everything else is the same. I know what it's like to have a cold house. I wasn't allowed to touch the thermostat growing up without asking my father. And it would be fucking freezing in the house. I'd be like, Dad, please, can I please just turn the heat up to like, I don't know, 32, nigga? It's really cold.
And my dad would say, just put more clothes on, David. Got all 3 of my outfits on, nigga. When you look at me, I'm freezing up here. And he said, just don't think about how cold you are, David. And I said this, I didn't say it to him, but I said it in front of him so he could hear. I said, I fucking hate being poor. And my dad got really upset. He didn't scream or holler, that wasn't his way. He just threw his newspaper on the floor and he said, David, 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 you are not poor. He said, poor is a mentality. He said it's a mentality that very few people ever recover from. Don't you forget it, son. You are broke. He said, these are just financial circumstances that I hope to overcome one day very soon. And I said, well, Dad, whatever you want to call this, it's wildly uncomfortable. There was a big dance coming up in the middle school. I was 12 years old. I said, Dad, can I go to the dance? He said, of course you can go to the dance. I want you to get out and meet some more kids. I said, great. It costs $3 to get in. And my dad said, ooh. Sorry, son, I don't have it. I was like, what the fuck? You don't have $3? Well, then how are we alive, Dad? Wish I found some way out of this hell. I'd do anything to not be poor. I will show Michael Jackson my anus if I get a chance. I just gotta get out of this hell. Dad said, if you want to go to the dance bad enough, I'll tell you what, there's some money in the change jar, get the money from there. I was 12 years old, that's what I did. I showed up to the dance early. There's a long line of kids waiting behind me while I'm at the door trying to count out 300 pennies to get inside. I will never forget this shit as long as I fucking live. Oh man, you know, if you've been poor, you know what that feels like. You ashamed all the time. Feels like it's your fault. And all them kids was laughing, ha, ha, ha. Look how poor Dave Chappelle is. Like when I think back at it, that's really the only time in my life that I ever thought to myself, I should kill everybody at school. Thank you very much, everybody, and good night.
This is why they say that hip-hop has done more damage to young African Americans than racism in recent years.
This is my heritage, all I'm inheriting. Money and power, the maker emeritus. Tell me something, you motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. I'd rather die than to listen to you. My DNA not for imitation. Your DNA an abomination. This how it is when you in the matrix, dodging bullets.
Oh my fucking god. 25 minutes left, dude. Fucking shit. Three comedy specials. Let me jam out real quick.
Hey, couple chicks with the Glock on my side, riding, hanging out the window, screaming, "Who wanna die?" Savage left, Alec with 100 bad habits. Say I need prayer, all I need is my ratchet. Pull a swing with the blade, then I pray over dead prey, banging great to my grave, Millie Rock. Stop, I say, what that mean? I don't know. Took about 4 seconds today, sipping lean, dying slow. Drugs made me feel okay. Million cash for that paper, turn it ash. Walk away and start to laugh. Ha 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 ha. No more, I got cash, 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 and cars and bras. Hit that 7-figure mark without an A and R. Scarecrow walking in the fog. Life got worse than it was before.
Probably cop a script with Roxy. Probably cop. Probably cop a script with Roxy. Y'all be kinda sloppy. Got me dodging all this body bag 'em in the lobby. Drop me out of rolling alcohol and then I pop a fucking oxy. I'm a zombie, I'm a motherfucking dead man who walk to speak on naughty name. It's just another dead man talking. Got the dead man stalking, copy silhouette chalky. Tighten out your problems, just another red-handed hawking. Cherry flavor, yeah. Ruby got the chicken head squawking. Do it how I does it, yeah. Fuck the way they say it, talk it, please fucking up. Plague bleeding for diseases, so y'all get the fuck up off. Only saying cheese when I ask how much they brought me. Fuck a frame freeze, command the league on these fucking paparazzi off me.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, that song is so good. Dude, let me just listen to the whole fucking thing.
Stay in the cut on the north side. Hollow points, trigger fingers on my fucking foe. 5 demons rising out the crypt. I smoke me a fat line, never gave a fuck. Grew up out the mud, pull up, then I pop the trunk. Grew up with a fucking robber
dollars, always kept the mask on. Motherfuckers gon' die if we keep the mask off. Suicide when I ride, bitch. Scarecrow to walk the shadow. Mozart with no piano. Kill when I'm sleepy hollow. That mystic motherfucker that's addicted to prescriptions. Xanax for the panic, mental problems you can add that. Multi-million own business, you just signed a deal, bruh. 3 years past, still broken, you ain't paid up. Dollars I ain't touched yet, burning for the fuck of it. Infamous lunatic, you just up it. Cut the with the death wish, raised with the savage slip. Straight out the death pit to keep alive the 666. Ruby such a misfit. Hollywood, Babylon, can't resist it. Fuck a cop, bitch, I'm ducking all these piglets. 7 War, be my motherfucking district. Yeah, I still got my motherfucking wrist split. Bleeding like a piss, bitch. Screaming I'ma hit licks. After licking hits of acid, then the fucking split lips. Wig split, just a fucking tidbit. Dig it from ingesting pill bits. Blue bills, sick of snorting powder. I'ma ditch this. 104, 520s, T. You say keep testing my monies. Now I'ma dip quick. Find me a thick bitch. Tick grip, tip grip, dick spit in the thick kids. Fuck with me, bitch, I'm a fucking addicted. And I don't really give a fuck what it is. Told you already that Ruby can't resist it. Big clip to my head, watch that shit drip.
I've been itching for a plier.
Oh fuck, what is this?
Putting away the cannons on the blind. 7 War, Lord, take a shot, yeah. I'ma keep my head down.
Give a fuck.
Switches, missing nothing in the same spot. Fuck this music shit, I'm itching for a plier. Ain't no fucking digits on my card, no. I ain't one of y'all, just let me ride. I was just a peep in London, still feel like I don't exist at all. No. Fuck the social gathering, I'ma smoke and swear out in the fucking lawn. They told me watch out for the snakes, but they forgot about the plague. In the AK, and with little remains. In the AK, and with little remains.
Hold up, put them little colors, but I ain't ready to stop it. Sandy as a boss, stay up in my wallet on the block, catch the gun, shoots hanging like a cord, not a tour, 7 ways.
Know your bounce, so just slim to the bone.
Boys, prime, turn, dale, line, never sign, hold up, drugs, can't, don't, if I do, be exposed, so low, chopper, sit, dead, bodies, alligators, this is body, did the crime, not the time, little kids on the porch, gripping knives, pull that torch, lighter, youngest, 12, living here, liver, maze, young, play, no respect, evolution, still like a tire.
I don't know how it took me this long. I just discovered this song today, and holy shit. Thank you, TikTok. This is why I have TikTok. A lot of the music I listen to, I've discovered through TikTok. Sadly, but I mean, it's good fucking music.
Hey, couple triggers with a Glock on my side. Riding, hanging out the window, screaming, who wanna die? Savage left, Alec with 100 bad habits. Say I need need is my ratchet. Pull I swing with the blade, then I pray over dead prey. Banging great to my grave, milli rock. Stop, I say, what that mean? I don't know. Took about 4 hands today, sipping lean. That ain't slow, drugs make me feel okay. Million cash for that paper, turning ash. Walk away, let's start to laugh. Ha 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 ha. No more, I got cash, 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 and cars and bras. Hit that 7-figure mark without an A and all. Scarecrow walking in the fog. Life got worse than it was before. Probably cop a script with Roxy. Probably cop. Probably cop a script with Roxy. Y'all be kinda sloppy. Got me dodging all these body bag 'em in the lobby. Drop me Adderall and alcohol and then I pop a fucking oxy. I'm a zombie, I'm a motherfucking dead man walking. Speak on naughty name, it's just another dead man talking. Got these dead man stalking, copy silhouette chalky. Tighten out your bottoms, just another red-handed hawking. Cherry flavor dip, Ruby got the chicken head squawking. Do it how I does it, yeah, fuck the way they say it. Talk it, please fucking up. Plague bleeding for diseases, so y'all get the fuck up off. Only saying cheese when I ask how much they brought me. Fuck a frame freeze, command the league on these fucking paparazzi off me.
Hey kids, let's go to church.
Upside down.
Interesting.
Prison sentence, hard enough, stay reinvented demon presence, now my presence deemed offensive. Pull up in front the entrance, screaming someone grab my death wish. I don't get this fucking life, bitches make my head the Chavis. Left the wink on fucking night, trying to win by losing twice. I can't pick one soothing vice, cause I'm a heathen hook, but like refuse advice, true suicide. Great 5-9 is you and I, we must stay unified, we've always been the losing side.
Lucifer coming straight out of hell. So loud, sick of this all, they butterfly turn me back to a moth. Roll out, stay depressed, suicidal, homicidal and sus. So fuck off and don't ask me about the fucking drugs. Who else would try to knock them up? Fuck rap, fuck money, fuck all your companies. Take a strap, reload. Now death is my company. No more people who judging me. Oh, fake ass industry. That piece is my company. 606 being mentally unstable, no cable, just some white noise inside my head, and that ain't no rap sheet. But what I regret instead, days of me and Jerry working at the motherfucking shed to get up out of my toxic bed. Forsaking the firstborn and watch the rest fall at glance. Wishes of me changing my past, never had a fighting chance.
Parsed out into these rippity-dippity triplet flows. The Suicide Boys formula is pretty obvious at this point, whether it be because...
Dude, oh my god, that's the needle drop. Oh my god, that's Anthony Fant. That's the dude. Rippity-dippity, rippity-dippity. Alright, play that shit.
Parsed out into these rippity-dippity triplet flows. The Suicide Boys formula is pretty obvious at this point, whether it be because you've heard some of the duo's previous EPs or you're familiar with the classic hip-hop albums that the duo pretty much use as inspiration.
Swerving, 7-Wood, swerving white beans, wheels turning, rose gold chrome, maxing on the rims, picture perfect, no destination, let's just wait and see where we end up. Burning those, burning up the ozone backwards, they tightly tuck. Bitch look at me, she said, yeah, what the fuck? Oh, I'm out enough. I don't fuck with life forms on this planet, bitch, you out of luck. I got better shit to do, like sit the lines up in my cup. I ain't sharing past they talk, waste my whole life on ducks.
These things generally are pretty tight. It seems almost as if there is a slightly larger focus on hooks with this project too. Some of which really pop, like on the track. One day I'll get that.
I be that rotten garbage crawling out the ditch. Stitches for a stitch. Bodies in the fridge. Blade scraping gray. Apes banging on my fucking chest. Feel the static. Problematic. Be my motherfucking guest. Yo, Christ. Messed up for a party, guys. Feel like I'm stuck in the vice. Feel like I've been paid my price. My wrist had the size. Now it's scarred from the blade. That's first against my.
I love that shit, but I might level up here. Woo! Okay, play that shit.
Lifeless and I'm stuck up in this shit. The walking mortal sin whose life would never end. Fuck.
It says I'm at 100%.
But simultaneously, there are spots on this album where the lyrics can come off a bit too edgy or try hard or basic, maybe juvenile.
Perfect. Just gonna do this. Get a cool shot. Oh my fucking god. That feels good. Oh my god. Well, it's been an honor runecrafting with you guys today. We made 52155. We made 10.4 million GP. That's pretty fucking sick. Why do I do this to myself?